Before we proceed with our hearing on H.R. 1, we have a housekeeping matter to address, which is to appoint members of our subcommittees. Without objection, the following members are appointed to serve on the subcommittee for the Committee on Rules as follows. Subcommittee on Rules and Organization of the House, for the Republicans, Mr. Burgess is chair, Mr. Reschenthaler is vice chair, Ms. Houchin, Mr. Massey, and myself. For Democrats, Ms. Scanlon is ranking minority member, and Mr. McGovern. For the Subcommittee on Legislative and Budget Process, for the Republicans, Ms. Fishbach is chair, Mr. Norman is vice chair, Mr. Roy, Mr. Langworthy, and myself. For Democrats, Ms. Ledger Fernandez as ranking minority member, and Mr. Neguse. So, without objection, that's done. Unanimous. It is. Probably the only thing that will happen unanimously today, but anyway. So, good afternoon. Our business today is to consider H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. President Biden has repeatedly taken actions that have damaged American energy security and driven up the price of energy for American consumers. On his first day in office, President Biden rescinded the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline and followed that up by suspending new oil and gas leasing and drilling on federal land and in federal waters. The partisan reconciliation bill that the Democrats passed into law last year included a devastating $6 billion natural gas tax, while also spending billions of dollars on Green New Deal type boondoggles. The consequences of these policies should have been obvious from the beginning. In 2021, the American energy prices spiked 29.3%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and a further 7.3% in 2022. This was most heavily felt through gasoline prices, which jumped a whopping 49.5% in 2021. Skyrocketing energy prices have heavily contributed to the inflation crisis that we've all felt. President Biden's policies have made life harder for everyday Americans and already stretched American families. As part of the commitment to America, House Republicans promised to end this sad state of affairs and unleash America's energy resources to make our nation energy independent. H.R. 1 is a fulfillment of that pledge. In passing this bill, we will roll back the damaging policies pursued by the Biden administration. We will increase domestic energy production, reform the permitting process for new energy projects, repeal the $6 billion natural gas tax and $27 billion Green Bank slush fund, and boost domestic production of critical minerals. Most importantly, lowering energy prices will ensure that no one has to choose between putting food on the table or fuel in the car. I'm sure my friends in the minority will object to policies that make it easier for America to utilize our vast reserves of traditional fuel sources like natural gas. But the United States should have an all-of-the-above energy policy. So-called green energy sources like wind should be part of the American energy mix. Wind, in fact, produces just under half the electricity consumed in my home state of Oklahoma. But we also should utilize and produce our other energy resources like natural gas. We owe it to the American people to establish our energy independence and ensure we're not reliant on pariah states like Russia or Iran for critical energy resources like gasoline. Pursuing an all-the-above energy policy, which is the policy followed in H.R. 1, is a fulfillment of that goal. With that, I now yield to our ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to begin by expressing my sympathy for the victims of today's mass shooting at the Covenant Grade School in Nashville, Tennessee. Reports say that 3 children and 3 adults, in addition to the shooter, lost their lives during today's attack. You know, we spent all last week talking about the, quote, wokeism in our schools, about how Republicans think things like books and lessons pose a threat to our children. Well, 3 kids died today at the hands of gun violence. And I hope that at some point we can come together to do more than offer our prayers for the victims of mass school shootings and instead take real action that protects students when they go to school. And now to today's business. We're here today to meet on H.R. 1, which might as well be called the Polluters Over People Act. It doesn't lower energy costs for everyday Americans or do anything to make our country more energy independent. Instead, the Polluters Over People Act further pads the pockets of billionaire corporations that rip off our constituents, all so that the oil industry CEOs and shareholders can get even richer. The bottom line is that this bill makes it easier for companies to pollute and get away with it, making our air and water dirtier and exposing people to dangerous chemicals that could hurt them. The Polluters Over People Act is wrong for America for three big reasons. First, it repeals critical policies within the Inflation Reduction Act that hold polluters accountable. In the wake of the dangerous chemical spill that show how easily any community can be impacted by deadly pollution, why would we be making it harder for polluters to be held accountable for the mess that they make? Second, it gives more handouts to big oil, as if the industry's CEOs and shareholders haven't already raked in record profits these last few years at the expense of families all across the nation. By reversing important investments in clean, American-made energy, this bill will actually raise energy prices for everyday people. Third, it makes it easier for mining companies to strip public lands of their resources and then forces American taxpayers to foot the cleanup bill when these billionaire corporations dump their toxic waste on our communities. The Polluters Over People Act is the same dirty energy, pro-polluter plan that the GOP has been peddling for years and will drag our country back decades if it is ever signed into law. Our children's future depends on investing in clean, sustainable, American-made energy sources and taking bold steps to actually reduce pollution and clean up our environment. That is why House Democrats are focused on creating good-paying jobs in the renewable energy sector and advocating for the real reforms that will make homegrown energy possible so we don't have to rely on foreign cartels like OPEC and volatile international markets that are impacted by global events. H.R. 1 is House Republicans' most important bill this Congress. That's why it's H.R. 1. That means instead of coming up with innovative new ideas to lower costs for families, the top Republican priority is to add more drilling, more fossil fuels, more pollution dumped into our air and water, all so their oil industry friends can make more money. Give me a break. House Democrats oppose this because we are committed to seeking a future where our kids don't have to worry about having fresh air, clean water, healthy food, and all the other things that come with cutting pollution and addressing climate change. It's a future you'd think would be easy to get behind, yet here we are debating measures to make it easier for oil companies to contaminate our water, spew pollution, and God knows what else into our air, and then make us pay for it while they leave behind a toxic trail of disaster. Well, we say enough is enough. No more big oil giveaways and no more tax-funded handouts for billionaire corporations that are ripping off American families. There's plenty more to say, and I anticipate a lengthy back and forth today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I'd like to welcome our first panel, which is Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Halva from the Natural Resources Committee, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson from the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Chairman Morris Rogers is on the way, not yet here. Mr. Duncan is here. Well, we're delighted to have my friend from South Carolina here, probably the #1 fan for Clemson University in America. But he'll be here. If Chairman Morris Rogers makes it, we'll make the substitution. Ranking Member Pallone from the Energy and Commerce Committee as well. And then Chairman Westerman, welcome back to the Rules Committee, and I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. America is rich with natural resources. From sea to shining sea, we have an abundance of energy and mineral resources that we know how to produce cleaner, safer, and more responsibly than anywhere else in the world. Because of this, one would assume that we would be unmatched in our energy and mineral production and exports. Given our domestic supply, we should be an energy-independent nation, also helping to meet the global demand. Yet the exact opposite is true. America is facing an energy crisis brought on by mismanagement, poor government execution, bad policies, and antiquated laws. Families and businesses across the country are having to make tough decisions on how to make ends meet because the cost of gas and utilities has risen too high. And it gets worse. Our bad energy policy threatens our national security while empowering our adversaries. Expenditures by U.S. natural gas consumers totaled $192 billion in 2021. That was a 37% increase from 2020 after adjusting for inflation. Nationwide, the number of households receiving government help to pay energy costs increased by an estimated 1.3 million people this winter, the largest year-over-year increase since 2009. This isn't a temporary issue. Global demand for energy is expected to increase by 50% by 2050, requiring an all-of-the-above energy approach if we're to have any hope of keeping our infrastructure operational. That's where the Lower Energy Cost Act comes in. We've spent the past few years hearing from our constituents about the issues they're facing, how the federal government can remove barriers, and what our path forward needs to be for domestic energy. The legislation before you today has been vetted extensively, brought through regular order in our committees, and includes many member-driven initiatives. Unlike many of the deceptively named bills brought to the floor last Congress, this legislation does exactly what its name says. It lowers the cost of energy by increasing the domestic supply of energy. This bill jumpstarts both onshore and offshore oil and gas development, rolling back the Biden administration's leasing moratoriums that are shackling domestic energy production. H.R. 1 recognizes the skyrocketing demand for hard rock minerals and institutes common sense proposals that unlock U.S. minerals and incentivizes responsible resource extraction. And of course, none of this would be possible without permitting reform. Not oil and gas, not wind and solar, not electric cars, not healthier forests, not American-made computer chips, and not American infrastructure. This is why H.R. 1 is necessary to modernize outdated federal regulations that keep projects in limbo for decades, and for years and for decades, or even it discourages them from ever being considered at all. Every day that passes without action is a day where we grow weaker on the global stage. China is building a new coal plant almost weekly. Let that sink in. They're building a new coal plant almost weekly to make the goods and materials that they're trying to sell to us. Russia is eyeing Arctic energy resources, and OPEC nations are resting comfortably on the fact that President Biden would rather purchase oil and gas from them than put Americans to work producing energy here at home. Saudi Arabia's Aramco posted a $161 billion profit last year, and higher energy revenues are funding Putin's attack on Ukraine. We must not put our heads in the sand and ignore the fact that we will not be competitive and/or increase national security without American energy and minerals. Not only that, but we also want to have a cleaner environment without American energy and minerals. For all the left's talk about emissions, they neglect basic scientific facts like Russian natural gas having a 47% higher emissions profile than American natural gas. When it comes to utilizing our natural resources, we mine it, drill it, transport it, produce it, and refine it and make products out of it. We do that cleaner than anywhere else in the world. H.R. 1 recognizes that fact and will put America back in the driver's seat on the global stage. For centuries, Americans have risen to meet every challenge head-on and prove that we are the greatest country in the world. I believe this energy crisis is no different. We need to retool our toolbox, and when we do it like H.R. 1 provides, we will be more than ready to beat China and Russia and ensure energy security for ourselves and for our allies. I am proud to support the Lower Energy Cost Act, ask that it be brought to the floor under an appropriate rule to allow for its consideration, and I look forward to working with each of you to move this legislation off of the floor. I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member Hallville, you're recognized for your testimony.
As always, thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. As was mentioned by by the ranking member, House Bill number H.R. 1 is historically reserved for the most emblematic, visionary legislative effort of the majority. Last Congress, Democrats met that responsibility with For the People Act, which built upon the most fundamental pillars of our democracy by securing access to every American's right to vote and ensuring that elections represent the will of the people and not corporate billionaires, and for that matter, organized disinformation and lies campaigns. But of course, in the 118th, the tables have turned, and now House Republicans have the opportunity to make their pitch to the American people. And, Mr. Chairman, to put it bluntly, if you have one chance to make a first impression, this isn't a very good one. Republicans' H.R. 1, which has been fittingly dubbed Polluters Over People Act, is a legislative failure across the board. The bill doesn't deliver anything the American people have asked for. All this bill delivers is a 175-page love letter of fulfilled wishes to gas, oil, mining, and other polluting industries. Let's start with H.R. 1 and what it does for big oil. This is an industry that shattered all the profit records last year by price gouging Americans. It's the industry that is hoarding thousands of unused leases on millions of acres of public lands. It's the industry that has knowingly deceived us about the climate crisis while continuing to do the very same thing that's causing it. So what does H.R. 1 do for them in response? It gives them more handouts and loopholes on every front. It starts off by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act's much-needed reforms to gas and oil leasing program, which simply ensure that the American people are paid a decent price for drilling on public lands and waters. H.R. 1 also forces federal agencies to hold lease sales on public lands, even if the agencies don't believe they're needed. And if big oil doesn't buy up enough of these leases, they get another chance when H.R. 1 forces the agencies to hold yet another sale at cut rate prices. There's more. Let's move to H.R. 1 gifts to the mining industry. As it stands now, under our more than 150-year-old mining law, private mining companies, many of which are foreign-owned, pay absolutely nothing to the American people for the minerals they take from our public lands, not 1 cent. These companies ignore community and tribal voices, destroy our lands in special places, and leave behind a toxic wasteland that pollutes the air, water, and soil and makes communities sick, and leaves the bill for that cleanup and that remediation to the American taxpayer, again, without paying 1 single dime. Rather than use H.R. 1 as an opportunity to reform our mining laws, Republicans are doubling down on the ripoff of the status quo. The bill goes so far as to make dumping toxic mine waste, quote, the highest and best use of our public lands. It elevates toxic dumping by polluters over recreation, renewable energy development, and all other uses of our public land. Again, there's more. Let me move on to address Republicans' claims of permitting reform in H.R. 1. The only permitting reform is the gutting of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. This is not a new bipartisan policy strategy to help us build the clean energy future we need. This is the same decades-old ideological attack on our bedrock environmental and public health laws that polluters have been asking for years and decades. It's not a serious effort. If we really want to improve energy project permitting, what we actually need, as experts have repeatedly pointed out, is to increase the capacity in federal permitting offices and to address our transmission issues. H.R. 1 does neither. Democrats were able to pass more than $1 billion in funding for permitting offices in the Inflation Reduction Act, which addresses the main cause of permitting delays, which one Republican witness at one of our hearings this month called a wonderful investment. Meanwhile, even industry representatives said that H.R. 1 will not help accelerate energy projects. Lastly, and this point is truly amazing, according to CBO, the Polluters Over People Act will increase the deficit, all to further pad the pockets of polluter industries, their CEOs, and their shareholders. Last-minute amendment that would sunset their own bill, this H.R. 1, at least on paper, in order to disguise the deficit the CBO has correctly pointed out. House Democrats have filed several amendments to H.R. 1 that will help mitigate some of the outright damage to our climate, our communities, and our economic future that this bill will cause. But I'm afraid at the end of the day, there is ultimately no path forward for making H.R. 1 any semblance of a legislative proposal that for the American people and not polluters. That's what we deserve. We don't have that. And I raise my opposition here and yield back.
Chairman Graves, you're recognized for your testimony.
And Ranking Member McGovern and the rest of the committee. I'm here today, obviously, in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, a bill which I'm proud to co-sponsor alongside my colleagues that are here today. H.R. 1 is going to unlock and streamline the United States energy potential, and Americans across the country are going to benefit from its enactment. Specifically, what I'm here to discuss is Division C of the bill, which falls under the Transportation and Infrastructure jurisdiction, which focuses on clarifying the scope of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. In doing so, Division C promotes the development of the nation's energy infrastructure by streamlining the Section 401 permitting process and focusing on the water quality standards of the Clean Water Act. This division of H.R. 1 was originally introduced as H.R. 1152, the Water Quality Certification and Energy Project Improvement Act, by two Transportation Subcommittee Chairmen, David Rouser and Garrett Graves. Last month, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee marked up this bill, and we favorably reported it from the House. Section 401 of the Clean Water Act allows states to issue water quality certifications for applicants seeking permits for any activity that may result in a discharge into navigable waters. Many projects that require water quality certifications pursuant to Section 401 are critical to our nation's energy production and infrastructure, such as natural gas pipelines, liquefied natural gas export terminals, coal export terminals. Unfortunately, in recent years, important energy projects have been blocked by states that abuse the Section 401 permit process. Instead of focusing on water quality reasons to deny permits to energy projects, certain states have used reasons some as trivial as temporary noise that lie outside the scope of Section 401 to deny water quality certification. The last thing this country needs is to return to the days of dependence on foreign energy, especially when we can produce and distribute energy right here and maintain water quality at the same time. Division C of H.R. 1 provides clarity to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act and brings its focus back to the clear intent of the law. This piece of legislation is critically important to lowering energy costs and boosting American energy production. H.R. 1 would not achieve its stated goals without including Division C, and I'm proud to see it included in this crucial package. I urge support of H.R. 1 and welcome any questions at the end. Thanks. I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member Larson, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ranking Member and committee members. Last Congress, the House and the Senate reached a historic agreement to restore, upgrade, and advance our nation's interconnected infrastructure networks through the bipartisan infrastructure law. The BIL addressed the very real challenges our communities face. Among other things, it provided $13 billion to upgrade our clean water infrastructure. The BIL, along with other vital domestic investments through the CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, showed what Congress is capable of when it focuses on addressing the real needs of American families. As these investments are implemented nationwide, I recognize the majority's interest in ensuring that permitting requirements are not insurmountable barriers to implementation. However, local communities matter, and bedrock environmental laws like the Clean Water Act ensure federal collaboration with local communities. To be effective, that process must build on mutual trust between the parties, because any effort to force that process often results in opposition, delay, and litigation. Yet H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, misses the mark by stifling local participation and buy-in, which will only result in projects taking longer to implement, slowing the effort to experience the benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. For example, within the T&I committee, this bill undermines Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, which empowers states and tribes to holistically protect their lakes, rivers, streams, and other bodies of water from harmful development. By limiting review, this bill will bar a state or tribe from considering the clean water impacts of the project or activity generally, such as discharges after construction or other impacts from the project. I know my colleagues want to speed up project delivery. I share that goal. However, gutting Section 401 will force states to delay or reject important infrastructure and energy projects because of the state's inability to meet this legislation's unrealistic time limits for project review and approval. State organizations, such as the Western States Water Council, believe that placing arbitrary limits on application review times and processes will require states to, quote, issue an increased number of denials due to inflexible deadlines that do not accommodate state public engagement laws, unquote, or allow states time to gather information on project impacts. For almost 50 years, Section 401 has been an effective tool for our states to protect their waters, with states processing hundreds of Clean Water Act certifications annually with few rejections. Yet this bill would curtail state and tribal authority based on the nebulous concern that a small number of projects were denied state approval based on their adverse water quality impacts. For example, my own state of Washington testified a few years ago before a T&I subcommittee on one example and highlighted how my state had been, quote, falsely accused of abusing its 401 authority, unquote, by denying an application on a project the state documented would fail to meet its water quality and other state environmental standards. This proposal is permitting reform in name only, putting the polluters ahead who want to fast-track questionable projects, putting that ahead of the public's interests. In my view, this legislation is unnecessary, it's unwarranted, and I'd ask the Rules Committee to just reject H.R. 1. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Duncan, you're recognized for your testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member McGovern, for recognizing me to speak in favor of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. I am here on behalf of Chairman Rogers and the Energy and Commerce Committee. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, is an important step toward fulfilling our commitment to the American people. H.R. 1 will grow our economy, protect American jobs, lift communities out of energy poverty, and reduce the cost across the board for everyday necessities like food, water, medicine, and housing. We should be about increasing American standard of living, not having them face intermittent and unreliable power. H.R. 1 includes several major priorities like increasing American energy production, building and modernizing our energy infrastructure, reshoring American jobs from overseas, and prevailing over our strategic adversaries, Russia and China. H.R. 1 is also a return to regular order. With the new Republican majority, this is the first time in 4 years that we have had an energy bill that has gone through regular order process, where each committee has held hearings and markups. This bill contains 16 separate bills from Energy and Commerce Committee. Each of these went through regular order, where 68 amendments were filed and debated in committee. The American people are suffering through the worst energy and supply chain crisis in a generation. The working people of this country have been forced to choose between putting gas in their tank or food on the table because Democrats' inflation crisis and radical spending to reward their political allies. Under Democrat control of Congress and with President Joe Biden in the White House, we've seen energy poverty surge out of control. Rising costs, electricity blackouts, empty store shelves, supply chain panic in our communities. Families on average have been forced to pay $10,000 or more over the last 2 years just for everyday goods and services. More than a third of households say they've foregone food and medicine in order to pay their energy bills. And it shouldn't be that way in America. Americans voted for change, and H.R. 1 is a key part to return to optimism and prosperity of their lives. America has the world's most abundant supply of energy, the highest environmental and labor standards in the world. And we have the innovation and technologies to make it more affordable, cleaner, and more reliable. We should be celebrating all of this and building on it to make people's lives better. And to do that, we need infrastructure permitting reform to unleash American energy and lower cost. We need to make it easier to innovate and to deploy new technologies. We need to modernize our existing infrastructure and build new pipelines to deliver energy more efficiently and more safely to the American people, where it needs to go. We need to reduce our dependence on Russia. Russia is using its oil, gas, and uranium supply as a weapon to blackmail Europe and wage war on Ukraine. We also need to cut China out of our supply chain. China controls more than 90% of the world's critical minerals, and they dominate the world's supply of batteries and solar panels. There are several solutions in H.R. 1 that would work to ease the permitting process for building up critical minerals, processing, and refining facilities in the United States. China has the market cornered on processing and refining critical minerals, and they do so in much worse conditions than American mining and regulations. We need to change that. We need to secure our supply chains. These critical minerals are vital to technologies like wind, solar, and batteries. To win the future, we must reverse President Biden's war on American energy and his agenda that is making us reliant on the Chinese Communist Party. We cannot afford to move backwards with reckless command and control so-called climate agenda that forces people to pay more and go without reliable energy. It's time to embrace and expand America's position as the #1 energy producer in the world while continuing our leadership to reduce emissions. H.R. 1 will grow American jobs. It will strengthen our supply chains, bolster our security against our adversaries, and make life affordable again. Let me just say that many of the industries that will benefit are the very utilities that provide the 24/7, 365 baseload power for our homes, our communities, manufacturing, our states, as well as the people in poverty around the globe who could benefit from clean-burning, U.S.-produced natural gas, not to mention our allies who've turned back to coal and wood for many of their needs as Russia continues to control their supplies. So I urge support of H.R. 1 and look forward to your questions today, and with that, I yield back.
Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member McGovern and the members of the committee. I'm here in strong opposition to H.R. 1. I'm sure you've heard the Democratic members refer to it as the Polluters Over People Act rather than the Republican version of Lower Energy Costs Act, and that's because we really do believe that this puts polluters over people. And I do think that this bill is dangerous legislation that would make energy dirtier, less reliable, and more expensive. And I listened to what my colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee said. I don't think, maybe voters want to change in November, but I don't think that this is the type of change that the American people want, because it's going to hurt them. It's less environmental protection, less health and safety. Frankly, there's not a single bedrock environmental law that this bill does not try to undermine in an attempt to give us as many handouts as possible to the fossil fuel industry. And H.R. 1 is not in all of the above energy bill. It's not going to lower costs for Americans. Instead, it's a giveaway to polluters to increase profits for the oil and gas industry. But primarily, it puts the health and welfare of all Americans at risk by gutting environmental and public health laws and completely ignoring the worsening climate crisis. Now, I'm not going to go through the list, but you see efforts to gut NEPA, to gut the Clean Air Act, to gut the Clean Water Act. All these bills were done on a bipartisan basis. Many of them were done years ago when Richard Nixon was president, as a Republican president. So these are not, I consider it pretty radical when you start to go against bedrock environmental laws like NEPA and the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. The bill rubber stamps the construction of new natural gas pipelines. It removes the requirement that liquefied natural gas exports be determined to be in the public interest before being sent overseas, which will lead to more American LNG being sent to our adversaries, including China. Now, again, what's wrong with having a review at whether LNG exports are in the public interest? Because we know that many times if that LNG is sent overseas, it raises the price of natural gas here in the United States. So that's one of the reasons that we have this public interest requirement. It simply makes sense. It's common sense. It's not anything unusual. It's common sense. And the bill also repeals a home electrification rebate program that will lower energy bills for the American people. H.R. 1 repeals important environmental programs that were enacted last year that will help us move away from our dangerous dependence on fossil fuels. For example, the methane emissions reduction program that curbs methane leaks and excess pollution from the oil and gas industry and ensures that polluters, not taxpayers, pay for their wasted methane. Now, again, my colleague on the committee said that he doesn't like command and control. And he remembers, I'm sure, that when we had the hearing on this, I pointed out that this methane reduction program is not command and control. One could argue that the provision in Build Back Better maybe had some command and control elements, but we changed that. We changed that so that basically we allowed independent small producers time to get their permits. It's not a tax, it's not even really a fee. It's a penalty if you don't follow the rules and capture your methane and recycle it. And we worked with with the small independent producers so that they wouldn't have to pay a fee or pay a tax, and that if they couldn't get their permit on time because, some said the EPA was taking too long, then there is no penalty until they get the permit. This was a common sense approach to methane reduction. It was not command and control. Another is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which invests in the deployment of clean energy projects in order to cut down on greenhouse gas pollution. That's repealed. And again, my Republican colleagues claim to be for all of the above energy, but this bill is a blatant attack on clean energy. There's nothing in here, in my opinion, that's going to help move us towards clean energy. Now, the last thing I wanted to say, and I do want to commend Chair Rogers for going through regular order for the most part on the bills that are included in here. What you said is absolutely true. But in the same vein, I would ask you, as members of the Rules Committee, to give us an open rule. We actually saw this in practice when this committee passed a modified open rule on H.R. 21 earlier this year. That was a 3-page bill, and 79 amendments were considered on the House floor. H.R. 1 is 174 pages long, with 65 substantive legislative sections spanning 5 different committees of jurisdiction. And I think it deserves the same opportunity for rank-and-file members to deliberate and improve the bill that members received on H.R. 21. Let me give you an example. One of the amendments from our Health Subcommittee Chair, Ms. Eshoo, deals with refineries using hydrofluoric acid. This was very contentious at the committee hearing because there was an explosion by one of these refineries that used the hydrofluoric acid. And so what the EPA did is they said that refineries that use hydrofluoric acid are required under risk management regulations to perform an assessment of safer technologies and alternative risk management measures with respect to the use of hydrofluoric acid. Well, why is that such a bad thing? This bill repeals that and says they don't have to look at alternatives. All they're being asked is to look at alternatives, not necessarily use alternatives. And in the light of the explosion, Mr. McGovern mentioned the Norfolk Southern thing. I mean, we should be worried about these disasters that are hurting people or have the potential of killing people or maiming people. And so let members who want to address some of these health and safety concerns offer their amendments and have them considered on the floor. So again, I think this is a very bad bill. It should be rejected. But at a minimum, I would ask that you have an open rule so a lot of the amendments that I think are common sense could be considered. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me start, Mr. Duncan, with you. And you touched a little bit on this in your testimony, but we've seen in recent years foreign adversaries like Russia and China weaponize the control of energy and, frankly, mineral supply chains as well. How will H.R. 1 impact our ability and the abilities of our allies to counter such geopolitical pressure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The LNG import-export facility portion of this bill allows the United States to once again start exporting more LNG to our allies. It's well known that Russia has controlled European politics with the pipeline that brings natural gas from Russia to Europe. That's the Nord Stream 1. We also have seen Germany, for instance, turn to more coal and even wood to heat their homes and power their countries during this winter because they are now cannot depend on Russian gas. And while we're on Russian gas, American gas burns a lot cleaner than Russian gas. That's proven. Russian gas is dirtier from an air quality and carbon emission standpoint. But unfortunately, we have seen New England states in this country actually import gas from Russia. Dirtier burning gas when we have an abundant supply here in this nation. They really can't even measure the amount of gas up in Pennsylvania and Ohio and southern New York and the Marcellus Shale. It's almost immeasurable. We need in America to be able to get that gas to our communities, to our states, for our manufacturing, to improve the quality of lives here at home, but then through the portion of the bill that allows the expediting of LNG terminals across the country to be able to export that gas, not just to Europe to help our allies lessen their dependence on Vladimir Putin's oligarch, but also export that to improve the quality of lives of folks from around the globe. That's in Africa and other parts of the world where cleaner burning U.S. natural gas, which has actually helped us lower our carbon emissions in this country, would help them improve their quality of lives and also lower carbon emissions in those countries.
Hey, Mr. Tucker, let me stay with you. I have heard concerns from some of the critics of H.R. 1 that it does nothing for the renewable energy industry. How would you respond to criticism?
Well, first off, the critical minerals aspect, both NR and ENC, would provide the critical minerals that actually make renewable energy work. The thing about renewable energy, and when Republicans talk about all of the above, we truly embrace renewables as part of the energy matrix. But we also know what works to provide the powers that provide that 365, 24/7 baseload power generation that our constituents demand. Renewables are great, but when they're part of that grid structure that's managed every day to provide that baseload power, solar, for instance, starts at 0 every day, and it peaks at some point during the day on sunny days, and it ends at 0. So unless you're able to harness that and store it, it's intermittent. It's a use it or lose it phenomenon. During the rest of the other 12 hours of the day, give or take time of the year, you need to produce baseload energy. When parents are getting home to cook dinner for their children or to read to them with the lights and heat their homes and start washing clothes, they need to make sure that power is available. Intermittent power doesn't get you that. And so we need that baseload power generation. The component in this bill that allows pipeline permitting would actually allow natural gas, which is a dispatchable energy source. That means you can turn it on and off as needed. You can't turn solar on, you can't turn wind on, but you can turn dispatchable energy on to meet that peak demand as it's needed. And if states don't have access to an abundant amount of natural gas to meet that baseload power generation, then there is going to be rolling brownouts, just like we almost saw on Christmas Eve of this year. It was almost a Texas-like event all across the South, up into the Ohio Valley, because the wind and solar was not available, and they needed dispatchable energy.
Thank you very much. Chairman Westerman, the Rules Committee's received several amendments aimed at banning energy development in certain areas of the country. My understanding that H.R. 1 does not have any ban on any forms of energy in any areas, but also that it doesn't lift any of the current moratoriums as well. So, clearly you've chosen to try and strike a balance here. Can you explain why you felt this was the best approach?
Thank you, Chairman Cole, for that question. And the bill doesn't ban any current forms of energy. It doesn't establish any new moratoriums. And really, it gets back to having an all-of-the-above energy strategy because we know we need all forms and all types of energy. And we also know that Republicans have made a commitment. We made it in our rules package that if we put a bill on the floor, it has to pay for itself. It's a unique concept, but it's something that we actually passed in the rules package. And we know if we do moratoriums that scores with CBO. So we will have a bill on the floor that is paid for, that doesn't prioritize one type of fuel source over another type of fuel source. And, along those lines, Mr. Chairman, I find it interesting that our colleagues call our H.R. 1 the Polluters Over Peoples Act, when actually current energy policy puts the world's worst polluters over the American people. It depends on countries like Russia and OPEC Plus for oil and gas. It depends on mining from countries like China. So current energy policy puts the absolutely worst polluters on the planet over the people of America in producing the goods that we do here. And the main two problems with the current energy policy are two things. It's physics and math. The science doesn't work and the math doesn't add up, and H.R. 1 fixes that by using American energy and resources produced by American people in American factories, and it'll be good not only for America but for the world.
Chairman Westerman, we've seen several amendments also aimed at judicial review reform from private suit, and we've heard criticisms that the bill will vet NEPA, unquote, will eliminate judicial review, unquote. Is that true? And how does the bill address NEPA and the judicial review process under the statute?
We should have took took down the numbers every time we heard foundation environmental laws in the testimony. This bill does not destroy any foundational environmental laws. It actually strengthens our laws, and it makes laws that work. The foundation is strong. We're revising the structure on top of the foundation to get something that can not only be used for traditional energy, but it can also be used for the new forms of energy. We've put some time frames in there because it takes far too long for projects to get approved, and it takes far too much paperwork and far too much bureaucratic process to actually get a project done in this country. It causes investors to go look other places in the world because of the burdens that are out there trying to actually do a project and do it right in America. I did engineering work before I came to Congress, and I'm very much aware of what it takes to permit a project and the rigorous process that it is. And it's always the people trying to get the permit waiting for somebody in the bureaucracy to do their job. That's what most of the delay is.
Hey, Chairman Graves, we've stated over and over again that the purpose of the legislation is actually energy security. It's unfortunate to see administration officials all weaponize the Clean Water Act to block important energy projects. Do you have any examples to explain how big of a problem that truly is?
Weaponization is definitely a problem. There's numerous examples out there. One example was a coal terminal in the state of Washington, which was denied a 401 permit. It would have enabled states like Wyoming and Montana to export coal to Asian markets and would have created about 1,500 jobs. It was supported by the unions, the local unions, but the state of Washington denied it based on 9 criteria, including noise and social and community resources. So these were outside the outside clean water standards, and they were outside the quality standards that the Clean Water Act set up. Another example is in Oregon. So it was a LNG pipeline to an export terminal, which would have had the capability of moving 1 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day, and it was blocked by the state. So after giving the applicants, the runaround, Oregon denied certification, citing incomplete information which was given. But the bottom line is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission found that the project's plan for environmental mitigation and impact was satisfactory. Oregon denied certification based on reasons outside the scope of the Clean Water Act. And the third one I'm going to give you is in New York. It was a 37-mile extension on a natural gas pipeline that was denied. It would have provided additional natural gas to meet the needs of approximately 2.3 million households within the region, and it would have pumped about $327 million into the region's economy. And here again, the Federal Regulatory Commission concluded that the long-term effects would be limited to air quality and noise, and that all project effects would be reduced to less than significant levels. That was their wording. Yet once again, the state, they gave them the runaround. They asked the applicants to come back multiple times with more documents and moving the goalposts. And when they finally gave a straight reason for denying the project, they cited indirect effects on water resources. But none of these reasons were provisions in the Clean Water Act. So when you ask about weaponization, it's absolutely what's happening. And that's the reason we just want to clearly define that it has to be water quality standards. And we're not taking away the state's ability to set those standards. We're not taking away, they can set them as high as they want, but they have to stay within the Clean Water Act provisions and not go outside that scope.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge my friend, Chairwoman McMorris Rogers is now here and joined the panel. With that, I'll turn to my very good friend, the ranking member, for any questions he cares to pose to our witnesses.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody. Let me just say to Mr. Westerman, my problem with your testimony is you seem to say that because China behaves badly when it comes to respecting the environment, that our response should be that we should as well. I don't buy that logic. I think we should be leaders in the area of clean, green, renewable energy. I don't think China should be our example, or that we should engage in the kind of development of energy that pollutes because China or Russia or anybody else does. I think we should lead the world toward a greener, cleaner future to deal with the very real problem of climate change and all the health implications associated with that. And let me say to Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers, you know, look, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of appalled that the Republican majority has made its top legislative priority a bill that creates new loopholes for the oil and gas industry. You know, this bill guts our bedrock environmental and public health laws designed to keep our air and water free from dangerous pollution and our constituents safe. And I think whether you're from a blue state or a red state, I think all of our constituents want to be safe, want us to keep their health and well-being in the forefront. As I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, the train carrying toxic chemicals that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, caused a massive fire and chemical spill that has devastated that community. And since then, we've seen the tragic human toll this spill has wreaked upon the people of East Palestine. Just today, a local grandfather detailed the pain caused by this terrible incident. He said, and I quote, "He's never cried this much in his life. His young granddaughters developed blotches all over their bodies, and their eyes were burning." And there are many more horrific stories like that. And here we are today, and once again, this majority is trying to make it easier for polluters to pollute. So, Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers, I saw that the Energy and Commerce Committee is holding a hearing tomorrow on this disaster. What appears to be missing is a witness from Norfolk Southern. And I got to be honest, I find it absurd and unconscionable that the Energy and Commerce Committee would be holding a hearing on the train derailment without the company that actually caused the derailment. But not surprising, because here we are on the Rules Committee, again, trying to give even more cover to polluters who pollute. So, yeah, and it seems that the initial impulse is not to hold the polluter accountable. It's to, you know, scored some political points against the Biden administration. It seems to me you ought to have the company come and testify first. So I guess my question is very simple. Will you commit to inviting the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Mr. Alan Shaw, to the Energy and Commerce Committee to testify about the toxic mess that his company caused in East Palestine, Ohio?
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. It's great to be here in front of the Rules Committee, and yes, we are having a hearing this week on the tragic train derailment. This will be the first hearing in the House, and we're focusing on the response by the federal and state agencies to better understand the laws that are in place, the protections that are in place, how quickly the response happened. Oh, okay, thank you. That's where we are starting. There will be a time when we would hear from the company, but I felt it was appropriate that we would begin by
when will
getting
that be?
a response.
When will that be?
It seems to me. I'll get back to you. But just let me assure you that we share a commitment to clean air, clean water. We are all very, very concerned about what happened in East Palestine, Ohio. We're all. I mean, the stories of people who don't know how, if this is clean or not. Right. And we got to get to the bottom of it. Yeah. But it starts by understanding what was the response by the federal and state agencies, and whether we have laws in place to deal with this material. That is where we are starting our hearings, and that's.
So will you commit to inviting the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Mr. Alan Shaw, to the Energy and Commerce Committee to testify? I mean, you don't have to commit to a date, although it would be nice if you committed to a date, because it seems to me that should be the first person up before a congressional committee. But I mean, you can invite him today. I mean, we can set the date next month, or I mean, you know, I mean, certainly, hopefully by the end of May, he should be able to come up here. I mean, will you commit to inviting the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Mr. Alan Shaw, to testify before the Energy and Commerce Committee? Because it was his company that is responsible for this horrific tragedy that we all hopefully agree is unconscionable. And I just read to you the statement from a grandfather who was horrified by the impact on his kids. So that's just, I mean, it would be helpful to say, yes, we will invite him, and, you know, we will put the invitation in the mail today, and then we will work with the minority to set a date when he can come and testify. So can we get a commitment that you will invite him?
The Transportation Board, Safety Board?
They haven't completed their
Right.
investigation yet.
So, you know, there's a lot of work that has to be done. And I am, you know, we're going to have this first hearing, Mr. McGovern, and we'll decide then what are the appropriate next steps. I think it would probably make sense, and I'll work with you on when it's appropriate for the company, the CEO of the company, to testify. The federal agencies, the National Transportation
NTSB.
Safety Board, is still doing their investigation as to what they believe happened. I think that is appropriate. It is important that we also know what was in these chemicals. We're all concerned about making sure that
we know they were
these chemicals are
horrific,
safe.
right? We know that the impact is horrific. Look, we don't have time. That's why I'm asking the question. We don't have time. We're here in the Rules Committee right now trying to make it easier for these companies to pollute. So please don't say that this can happen, you know, anytime you want. I mean, you're passing this bill today to make it easier for companies like Norfolk Southern to pollute and get away with it. And the fact that, I mean, like, I think it would be reassuring to people if you say, yeah, we will absolutely invite him. We will absolutely invite him. In fact, he should have been the first witness, in my opinion. But we'll, you know, I mean, can you commit to inviting him by, you know, the end of April?
Mr. McGovern, I will get back with you on that.
Or May?
We are going to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. Mr. McGovern, I will commit to you that we are going to get to the bottom of what happened, why the derailment took place. We all need those answers. We need those answers. The people of East Palestine need those answers. We must get those answers. We also must understand what the current laws are, and if these chemicals are adequately protected, whether there are sites for them to be adequately disposed of. And I just also want to say, there's nothing in this bill in H.R. 1 that would reduce our very high environmental standards that we all hold dear. We all want to have clean air, clean water, and we are committed to making sure that those standards are in place. The bills that came out of the Energy and Commerce Committee aim to streamline the permitting process for critical minerals. They leave it in place, the high environmental standards in place. And Mr. McGovern, to move to a cleaner future, a cleaner energy future, Republicans and Democrats should be working together on how we're going to streamline the permitting process. It's the #1 barrier to getting EVs, to getting an EV plant built in the United States of America, getting a solar farm permitted in the United States of America, getting a wind farm permitted in the United States of America. The #1 barrier is the permitting and the regulatory climate. It takes years. You know, so how are you going to reach your goals? How is a company like Amazon that has a 2025 renewable goal going to be able to meet its goal? They are not going to be able to. They've been in my office. We can't permit projects.
And I appreciate the
Okay.
gentlewoman's...
I just got off the plane. I'm pretty wound up, I guess.
Yeah, and not answering my question, and talking about everything but the question. And the bottom line is, if I was this grandfather, who I quoted here today, who's crying over the fact that his granddaughters have developed all these blotches and, as a result of this spill, I would be listening to this and I would be screaming at the television set, saying, I mean, really? I mean, the CEO of the company that is responsible for this terrible spill, for all the damage to make this community unlivable, that we can't even just say, yeah, absolutely, he's on top of our list. You know, he's coming right now. I mean, I wish, I wish I saw some of that passion aimed at the people, who have suffered as a result of this pollution. Mr. Pallone, do you have anything you want to I mean, like, why isn't the CEO of Norfolk Southern invited to a hearing, you know?
Well, we asked the majority to invite him, and so hopefully he will be invited at some future hearing. But look, I appreciate your inquiry. It's so important, the way you describe it, so I don't want to take away from that. But I do want to say that, you know, this is part of the larger problem with this bill. This bill, contrary to what my Republican colleagues have said, really goes against all the bedrock environmental protections that we've had for 50 years. I don't care whether it's NEPA, it's the Clean Water Act, it's the Clean Air Act. Some of these things are in the other committees, so I don't want to get into all the details. But it goes after all those things. And I just don't understand it. I mean, you know, we're all in this together, right? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor or what state you're from. You know, if you start to gut the Toxic Substance Protection Act or NEPA or all these bedrock environmental protections, everybody suffers. I mean, you can't escape this, right? We all breathe the same air. I don't care how rich you are. What are you going to do, wear a mask, buy some kind of $1 million mask or something? I mean, it just beguiles me to see that, as you said, Mr. McGovern, the first major piece of legislation that deals with energy, or this, is something that goes against health protections, public safety protections, you know, and I'm not even mentioning climate. I mean, obviously climate, but I think for a lot of Republicans, that's, you know, they just reject that. That's human-induced. But I mean, we're talking about things that we've had on the books for years that are there because, you know, people are their health is going to be impacted. The TSCA bill, I haven't even mentioned that, Toxic Controlled Substances Act. That was done by myself and Mr. Shimkus. It was totally bipartisan. We did this together. We worked on it for 12 years. And now, all of a sudden, this new Republican majority wants to gut that. I just don't get it. And I think that what you're pointing out with the Norfolk Southern is a perfect example of how the Republicans are just they're not really worried about protecting the average person. And I don't understand it, because it doesn't matter whether it's that guy's grandfather, or it's me or you, or the rich guy down the street who votes Republican. We're all going to be impacted in a negative way.
Look, I have an amendment that I hope will be made in order, but I mean, it strikes one of the most egregious and, quite frankly, unconstitutional parts of the bill, language that would provide blanket immunity to polluters who violate our country's environmental laws. You know, there are a lot of parts of this bill that I find deeply flawed, but Section 10011 takes the cake. This section gives polluters a blank check to ignore the Clean Water Act, which is awful enough on its own, but it goes further. There's language giving polluting corporations legal immunity if they violate any environmental law in our country. This is not an exaggeration. Any violation of any environmental law by polluters under this section would not be considered a breach of the law. And just think about that for a minute. I mean, the way this bill is written, a polluting company could kill a bald eagle or dump toxic sludge into drinking water without facing any consequences. I mean, who in this country would want to give polluters that kind of unchecked power? Even worse, the bill does not stop at federal environmental laws. It explicitly attempts to gut state and local laws, too. In Massachusetts or any other state that has decided to protect communities from being poisoned by polluters, this bill says they can't do it. And I view that as a clear violation of the 10th Amendment. But my biggest question is, where on earth are the states' rights champions in the Republican Party on this? I thought this was sacrosanct in the GOP. But if this language stays in the bill, it's clear to me that the majority never really cared about respect for states' rights. So, or at least they don't care about it as much as helping polluters hurt communities while making money hand over fist. So I hope that my amendment will be made in order. Look, all we're asking for with the CEO of Norfolk Southern is that you commit to inviting him before the Energy Commerce Committee so he can be questioned by Republicans and Democrats, and he can be held to account for what his company did in East Palestine, Ohio. This is not about saying you should subpoena him unless he decides he doesn't want to come. This is about just saying, here's an invitation. We want you to come. And that's all we're we're asking for here. And look, I'll just say, I think what is happening here, quite frankly, is grotesque. I really do. You know, you refuse to commit to going after polluters who caused this disaster in East Palestine. I mean, we've got to do a deep dive on how we can go after the Biden administration. I think that's the focus of the hearing. You evidently want to shield this company from answering questions on how we can prevent another disaster like this. And it's all because my friends are putting polluters over people, just like you are with this bill. And it's wrong. I mean, the House shouldn't pass the bill. The Senate shouldn't take it up. The President should veto it. He said he will. God forbid it passes. But I mean, I thought this was an easy question. Absolutely. The invitation's in the mail. He will be invited because we want to have him before the Energy and Commerce Committee, because there's a lot of questions that people have. But I guess we're not going to get that today. So, I mean, I have nothing else to say. I yield back.
The distinguished Vice Chairman of the Rules Committee is recognized for whatever questions he cares to pose to the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was not something that I had really thought about for this hearing today, but I do have to say our shared jurisdiction between energy and commerce and transportation infrastructure, we've had a lot of activity on the tragedy that occurred in East Palestine. I know we've had a number of people on conference calls, telephone calls. Our subcommittee chairman in Energy and Commerce, Bill Johnson, has had numerous town halls in the area. I am mystified as to how the administration really doesn't think this is as important as some of the rest of us do. When we had a similar issue that occurred after the Deepwater Horizon in the Louisiana, Mississippi Gulf Coast, the company responsible was required to set up a victims' compensation fund that was administered, and even people without having to sign away their right to further legal action were at least provided some help while to mitigate the problems while the issue was ongoing. I don't understand why the administration has not required that. Now, it'll be an interesting question to ask the chairman of Norfolk Southern if he comes into either of our committees, but I don't understand where the Secretary of Transportation was during this whole tragedy. I don't understand where the President of the United States was during this whole tragedy. I would have thought that by now a victims' compensation fund would have been set up and people would be able to make draws on that victims' compensation fund with minimal demonstration of the problems that they'd encountered, problems that the Ranking Member McGovern brought up today. Those easily should fall into that category. But look, the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Committee on Transportation, I think, have done a good job of trying to get in front of their members some of the parameters that were involved here. I agree that a lot more needs to be done. Of course, the National Transportation Safety Board will, as usual, do a very thorough evaluation of the problem. Likely there will be legislation that is recommended as a result of their findings. But I'm mystified as to why we had to have this exchange here today. I think the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure have been on top of this, and I know for a fact that the subcommittee chairman of Energy and the Environment and Energy and Commerce has been deeply involved in this. And again, the person who's missing in action here, Mr. McGovern, has been the President of the United States and the Secretary of Transportation, my opinion. Now, back to the business at hand. Why are we doing this bill? Why is H.R. 1, why does it rise to the level of importance that this is one of the most critical things that this Congress can do? The reason is that 2.5 years ago, the United States was energy independent, prices were low. Energy independent is not even a satisfactory description. We were energy dominant. It was a fact that our geopolitical situation across the world was significantly more stable because of the policies of the previous administration. All of that changed on Inauguration Day. And that's not hyperbole. That was almost instantaneous. Let's negate the Keystone Pipeline. Let's suspend permitting on federal lands. All of the things that were done by this administration on day one and during that first week created an energy crisis in this country that most people hadn't seen since the 1970s, since the Arab oil embargo. So that's why this is H.R. 1. That's why it has risen to that level of importance. And Mr. Pallone, look, I sat through all of those reconciliation bills that at least nominally were marked up in the Energy and Commerce Committee. No one's amendments were accepted, right? No one's amendments were accepted when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker, and we marked up those reconciliation bills. We will have significant amendments debated on the floor of the House. We had significant amendments debated, I know, in the Energy and Commerce Committee. I don't want to speak for the other two chairs that are here, but I suspect there was lively debate during the time that this bill was in front of your committees. So this is critically important because it's so important to the country, because the policies of this administration have literally led us to the brink of an energy collapse in this country. And what happens when that happens? People are hurt, people suffer, people in fact will die of heat and cold exposure. This is a critically important issue. Now, Ranking Member Pallone, I just have to ask you, because you keep talking about the Polluters Over People Act. I don't know if you're aware of it, but the Energy Secretary came to South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, a little earlier this year, probably about 2 weeks ago, and she sang the praises of China and its efforts to combat climate change. And yet, the Energy Information Agency said that 55% of China's energy comes from coal, compared to 11% in the United States. So who is it that's putting polluters over people? I submit it is the Secretary of Energy who, again, extolled the virtues of China at South by Southwest. Do you have any response to that?
Well, first of all, if you think I'm going to sit here and defend China, you can forget it, right? I mean, I agree that they continue to pollute, they continue to build coal plants. I'm not going to put them up as an example for anything.
Let me just ask you to suspend for a second. Will we have the Energy Secretary into our committee to be able to talk about this?
I believe, thank you, Mr. Burgess, for that question, and we absolutely will have the Secretary of Energy before the Energy and Commerce Committee to answer those questions and other questions as to the energy policy that she's...
I mean,
I don't know. Mr. Pallone, I hope you are appropriately critical when she comes before our committee.
Well, I haven't seen, I haven't seen.
I will get you
I do respect
the video
her.
clip.
All right, let me respond. I'll try to be quick. I respect her a great deal because of all that she's done to try to move us towards renewables and have less dependence on fossil fuels. I don't know what she said about China, but China is a bad actor. End of story. They're bad actor on energy, bad actor on everything. I'm not going to argue anything because that is certainly true. What I totally disagree with you about, and I'll be brief, is this notion that somehow the Biden administration is the cause of the energy crisis and that everything was rosy and beautiful under the Trump administration. That's not true. I mean, first of all, the bottom line is, you know, everyone on the Republican side has been talking about all of the above, right? If you look at what this president has done, President Biden, the amount of oil and gas production has increased, right? He has encouraged all kinds of energy sources. I don't care whether it's oil and gas, it's nuclear, it's green hydrogen, it's hydropower. Chair Rogers talks a lot about hydropower. All of that has been encouraged. The main thing that he's saying and that I'm saying is that we can't rely on fossil fuels forever, right? We have to move towards renewables. And so it's true in the Inflation Reduction Act and the policies of the Democratic majority, when we're in the majority, that we prioritize renewable energy because we do believe that that at some point these fossil fuels are going to be gone and that we have to move towards renewables because of the climate problems and the greenhouse gas emissions. So all I'm saying is, yes, the energy policy has changed from Trump, but it's still encouraging all the others, and there's more production than ever of oil and natural gas. It's just that we want to prioritize renewables because we know that's the future, and that's the only way to lessen not only our dependence on a finite resource, being fossil fuels, but also the climate issue that fossil fuels presents, and the fact that so much of the fossil fuels are coming from countries that are enemies. So there's nothing wrong with encouraging renewables and prioritizing that. That's the difference between Biden and Trump, in my opinion.
It's that old story of jumping off the bridge won't hurt you. It's the sudden stop at the bottom. What has hurt the country was the sudden, literally the radical departure from the previous administration's energy policies to. I know, I'm sorry. You reject the Keystone Pipeline on day one. Let me just ask you, Mr. Westerman, what happened to drilling on federal lands the day after Inauguration Day?
There was a moratorium put in place, which went to court. The Biden administration finally did a sale that got challenged, and they didn't even go to court to defend it. So there's been an all-out attack on energy production on federal lands and waters under the Biden administration.
And even more, there's been the lack of personnel at the Department of Interior to act on the permits that are, the president likes to say, well, I've given all these leases, but no one can get permits through the Department of Interior because no one is home. They are still working from home because of the pandemic regulations, correct?
I heard it touted earlier about $1 billion, I think in the, again, the Inflation Reduction Act. We didn't name that. The same people that are calling this bill the Polluters Over People Act called it the Inflation Reduction Act. And the question is, how's that worked out for you? How's that $1 billion done as far as getting permits? Because it's no better today than it was before the $1 billion was put out there. The simple fact is we can't use American resources because we can't get them permitted, which quells investments. The demand for energy hasn't stopped at all. The worldwide demand for energy is on an exponential increase, and that's for all fuel types. And that's why we're having to go to other countries to get energy instead of producing it here at home. It's why we have to go to other countries to get the minerals and elements to make the electrified economy that we're working towards.
And that's what's so frightening about all of this, because it's not like we ran out. It's the policies that were put in place by the administration that have required us to now go hat in hand to OPEC Plus, Venezuela, Russia, and say we're going to need some energy so our citizens don't freeze to death this winter.
Yeah,
That's,
in 1990, we produced more copper and steel than China. Today, they produce about 10 times more copper and steel than we do. So you can argue about what you want the future to look like, but look at the past and look what's happened to our economy, to our production, and where that's moved to, and that needs to change because we have the resources here.
so I know we've got a lot to get through today, and I'm going to get a chance to talk about this a lot tomorrow on the floor, so I'm looking forward to that. Mr. Relva, I just have to ask you a question. You and I came in together. We rode on the plane up here in our first term. I see you've been doing caricatures of the Rules Committee.
No.
I just wondered if you'd share those with us.
No, it's my own.
Definitely not the
It's like,
Well,
like
technically-
passing notes in class. Don't do it or you'll get caught.
Well, attention deficit disorder allows me to doodle so I can pay attention fully to every one of the comments coming from your respective mouths.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here today. This is an extremely important bill. We had a good markup in Energy and Commerce. I trust other committees of jurisdiction likewise had lively markups, but we'll have a number of amendments to consider here at the Rules Committee and on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for questions.
Thank you. Today's hearing seems to put in pretty stark relief. I'm sorry, I was going to yield a moment to the ranking member.
No, thank you. I just want to highlight a part of the exchange between Mr. Burgess and Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, because I think it's illustrative of kind of where we are. Dr. Burgess asked Chairwoman McMorris Rogers whether or not the Secretary of Energy would be coming before her committee, and the answer in less than a second was absolutely. We absolutely will have the Secretary of Energy before the Energy and Commerce Committee. And contrast that to my question about the inviting the CEO of Norfolk Southern, Mr. Alan Shaw, to the Energy and Commerce Committee, and after like multiple attempts to get yes, we will, was unable to get that confirmation. And so when we say that this bill is about putting polluters over people, that is one of the reasons why. And I just wanted to make that clear for the record in case anybody missed it in your exchange. I thank the
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'm happy to yield to the gentleman first.
Who?
No, I don't have the time. The gentleman in Pennsylvania does. So she yielded to me so I could highlight your
Who
brilliant
pays
question.
the salary of the Secretary of Energy? The
Yeah,
taxpayer.
yeah.
So it is appropriate.
Who dumped
that we-
the toxic chemicals in
We-
East
it's
Palestine,
appropriate.
Ohio?
I'll reclaim my time.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think today's hearing does put in stark relief the policy differences between our two major parties with respect to energy. Democrats generally believe that we need to encourage a transition to clean and renewable forms of energy because the science and facts are clear. Our current reliance on fossil fuels is not sustainable, whether from the perspective of the environment, for people's health, or for national security. Yes, we need to do everything for a while, but we do need to also push for a transition. I was disappointed that my Republican colleagues refused to support the Inflation Reduction Act, the most significant climate legislation ever passed in this country, and I'm disappointed again that they've chosen to put forth this disastrous plan to undermine the core environmental laws that have helped clean up America's air and water. Instead of looking forward, H.R. 1 tries to turn back the clock. It undermines our transition to clean and renewable energy. It props up polluters for short-term gains rather than prioritizing our people and planet. I think we should remain focused on promoting transition, which, as President Biden reminds us frequently, leads to good jobs, rather than trying to recapture the past. I understand that change is scary, but we can't turn back time, and time is running out to address the threat to our planet. Many of the provisions in the bill that the majority has decided is so important it should be H.R. 1 are nothing but retreads of the same dirty energy pro-polluter bills that the GOP has been pushing for years. In fact, many of the provisions included in this partisan package are the same ones that failed to get traction last time the GOP held the House majority. Not only that, but the CBO estimates that enacting H.R. 1 would increase the deficit by roughly $2.4 billion, which seems at odds with the stated goal of reducing the deficit. In addition, it creates new loopholes for fossil fuel polluters at a time when the oil and gas industry are already making record profits thanks to the billions in taxpayer subsidies they're receiving from the American people. H.R. 1 would repeal critical clean energy policies within the IRA that hold polluters accountable, reduce costs for American families, and combat the worsening climate crisis, and protect our union workers and frontline communities from environmental hazards. So for all of those reasons, I think H.R. 1's a bad idea. However, there's one part of the bill that I and my constituents find particularly dangerous. Mr. McGovern and Mr. Pallone have already mentioned the threat posed by HF, hydrofluoric acid, a chemical used by 49 refineries across the country. This chemical has the potential to form an airborne aerosol cloud when it's released. That cloud can immediately penetrate skin and destroy tissue. It can travel for miles depending on weather conditions. While not the same chemical, the consequences of a release of HF are similar to what happened in Bhopal, India, when the release of a chemical from a pesticide factory caused the death of thousands of people. So we've heard that the EPA promulgated a rule after an explosion involving HF occurred in Torrance, California. This bill would overturn that regulation, which simply requires refineries to explore less dangerous alternatives to HF. Well, that Torrance, California explosion was not the only one. There have been dozens of accidents and safety violations in recent years, and frankly, it's a miracle that we have not yet suffered a catastrophic release of HF. And I'm most familiar with this sort of esoteric area because in 2019, the PES refinery in my district exploded, releasing over 5,000 pounds of hydrofluoric acid and putting United Steelworkers and nearby residents, South Philadelphia, tens of thousands of people, at serious risk of harm. A Chemical Safety Board report released just this last October found that a corroded pipe from 1973 was the source of the explosion, and I would seek unanimous consent to introduce the report. Thank you. It should give us pause. Well, the report found that inspections and chemical suppression measures at the plant had failed or were inadequate. It should also give us pause that for the past decade, the United Steelworkers Union, not a group known for being faint of heart, has been warning that refineries lack critical safety procedures to prevent catastrophic releases of hydrofluoric acid and have been urging the industry to phase it out. The USW has produced a study estimating that 26 million Americans are at risk from a release of hydrofluoric acid at these 49 refineries. The USW has also been saying that the use of HF at refineries is perhaps the most intrinsically dangerous thing done by any American industry, because the consequences would be worse than anything except for a nuclear power plant meltdown in terms of the numbers of people who would be at risk. So I will be offering an amendment to keep the EPA reg in place to protect our communities. Ranking Member Pallone, you've been nodding along a little bit as I was talking about HF. Can you speak a little bit about why it's necessary that we address this issue?
Well, let me say, as I did before, I mentioned it because Ms. Eshoo and Ms. Balagan had a similar amendment, and if it's your amendment, that's fine. I really want to urge the committee to put this amendment in particular in order, if at all possible, because I do think it's a huge problem, right? I mean, think about this. All the EPA is saying is that they have to look at alternatives. They're not even saying they can't use the acid, right? But look at alternatives because of the explosions. I mentioned, I wasn't sure if it was California or Pennsylvania. You pointed out it's both, actually. But again, you know, I don't want to rehash the committee, but when we were at the hearing, I was the one that highlighted this and highlighted the Steelworkers memo. And one of the comments that was being made by some of the Republicans, not all, was that, you know, we can't worry too much about these safety issues because, you know, we have to have more refineries, and if, you know, you have to weigh the safety versus the need for more refineries. And maybe I'm not characterizing that properly, but that's the impression that I got. And to me, that was exactly what's wrong with this bill, right? I mean, these things are put in place by the EPA, whether it's the public interest for the LNG or it's TSCA that we worked on bipartisan, because there were incidents where we know that people and the national security were hurt or injured. It's not like something we're looking at for the future, right? And to just, you know, repeal these things and act like it doesn't matter, or that we have to do it because, you know, we have to have more refineries, I mean, that's just not acceptable to me, and obviously not to you as well. And that's what I worry about so much about this bill, is that so many of these things that are being repealed were just common sense things put in for health and safety reasons, not just now, but 40, 50 years ago, right? And now all of a sudden, wholesale, they're being repealed. Now, most likely this is going nowhere. I mean, but how do I know? You know, who knows what happens to the U.S. Senate? I'm not a big supporter, as many know, of what the Senate might do. So I am worried that, you know, if this thing goes over there, some parts of it becomes law. And that's why your amendment is so important. We really should have an open rule.
Well, and I think that points to what's often so frustrating about being in Congress, is because things are posed as, you know, black or white, just these totally binary choices. This amendment speaks to a rule that asks for people to study the issue and see what needs to be done to balance those choices appropriately to make things safer. It's not that you can't produce refineries and oil without HF. Most of the refineries in our country do. There are costs associated with making the transition, yes. But we are seeing increasingly with aging infrastructure that the protections in place now either are not sufficient or they are starting to fail. So clearly this is an area we need to take action for our communities, and gutting a perfectly reasonable EPA rule, particularly when we have not just the United Steelworkers report from a decade ago, but also something produced by the U.S. Chemical Safety Board, which is a bipartisan board, and they are, pointing out the problems that we have. I think it's foolhardy to make those kind of choices.
Could I just ask the gentleman another minute? The other thing I want to say is that, a lot of these things that are repealed in here are linked, right? So in other words, they want to encourage, the Republicans want to encourage more LNG, and so they get rid of the public interest rule, right? But the problem is that part of the review is that if you export LNG, then the price of gas may go up here, right? In addition, we know that one of the major reasons why a lot of refineries have closed and not new refineries been built is because that allows crude oil to be exported, and therefore it's not refined here in the United States. And so, the problem with refineries is not that they can't use hydrofluoric acid. It's a lot of it is because by exporting more LNG, you're not refining the oil here.
Well, as with everything else around here, it's complicated. So thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chairwoman Rogers, Mr. Cole, just before you got here, was asking about the LNG provisions, and I do appreciate the response that Mr. Duncan gave, and so I'm not going to ask you to repeat all that. But, I did want to add that the LNG provisions in the legislation will have the benefit of creating jobs at home while creating more demand from world markets, creating a positive cycle that will reinforce itself. And on the Ways and Means Committee, we've been pressing for more aggressive pursuit of expanding export markets for American-made goods, and I appreciate that this bill helps incentivize American exports of energy products. And I do have to the minority is trying so hard. They are working very hard to make the narrative about this bill as that it's this horrible pollution, we'll have smog issues, all kinds of things that they're trying to do. But I just want to ask you again, to be clear, this bill does not change existing environmental laws. Is that correct?
Well, I appreciate the question because I think it's very important for people to know that we leave in place the high environmental standard. Oops.
Is it
okay,
on?
thank you.
Oh, no, maybe it.
The high environmental standards in place. But what we do is we give some flexibility for solid waste disposal permits, flexible air permits, TSCA reviews for critical energy resources. I think in our effort to increase domestic energy production and to embrace new innovation technology for clean energy innovations and technologies, I think we all recognize that the permitting and the regulatory climate in this country is a big barrier. And it's been, and certainly in the last 2 years, we've seen the Biden administration shutting down a lot of energy projects, whether it's natural gas or anything else. And so what we're trying to do is a very targeted approach where we make sure is very focused, is very precise. Any of the streamlining of the permitting processes that we put in place for critical mineral processing, for refining, it's very focused and precise to maintain those high environmental standards. America has the highest environmental standards in the world, and we all want to make sure that we have clean air and clean water. The reality is, though, that we are making ourselves, under the current approach, the current energy priorities of this administration, we're making ourselves dependent upon China. And it makes no sense to me. We've spent 40 years to become energy independent. And, 40 years to become energy independent because we were concerned about being dependent upon OPEC for oil and meeting our energy needs. And now we've lost energy independence and we're more focused on China. China's been termed the OPEC of green energy. China's overall share of energy mineral processing is actually it surpasses OPEC's dominance, 40% of copper, 70% of cobalt, 90% of rare earth minerals. And if we are going to process, refine, mine in the United States of America, we have to address the permitting. And I think to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I would just urge them, they need to come to the table with us on this. We need, for the average federal permit now to take 7 years, any project that has federal funding to take 7 years, that's going to delay any kind of transition more than anything else.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. So I will sum it up. And what this is really about is speeding up the regulatory review so those who want to invest can get to simply get to yes or no quicker. And I will just finish up by explaining that this is really welcome news, because in Minnesota, we recently saw the completion of the Enbridge Line 3 replacement project, and it was a massive LNG pipeline project that runs directly through my congressional district, and the regulatory process alone took 6 years, 13,000 pages of environmental analysis, 70 public comment meetings, and 4 separate legal reviews, and 320 route modifications. And this was just to repair and replace an existing pipeline and infrastructure project. And so it is long overdue that we look at these review processes, because we are just absolutely disincentivizing anyone from investing and taking the years and years it takes to get these through. So I appreciate this, and I think that you made it very clear that this is not about any kind of lessening or lowering any kind of environmental standards, but making sure that we are doing our best to get those folks that want to invest the ability to invest. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks. The gentlelady from Minnesota. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the chair. First and foremost, I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today, and will preface my remarks to say that I have great respect for, of course, our ranking members, but also the chairs of the committees that are testifying before us today. And so while I have some probing questions to ask, I hope it is received with the understanding of that respect that I have, in particular for my colleagues from the West, whom I work with closely, Chairwoman Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, and of course Chairman Westerman on the committee on which I serve. I want to follow up on a line of questioning that I just sort of was listening to, as I suspect everyone here was, around how House Republicans have described this bill. I wrote this down, so that the last question from Ms. Fischbacher was a question posed to the chairwoman, and the premise was, quote, that this bill does not change environmental laws. And later, the question was then extended to the notion or the premise that it does not, quote, lessen environmental law standards or lower environmental law standards. I'm trying to understand how that description of the bill comports with the language of some, not all, but some of the bills that have been packaged within H.R. 1. I'll give you an example. H.R. 1140, the title, it's got a long title, it's not one of these bills that has a fun acronym. It's to authorize the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to waive application of certain requirements with respect to processing and refining a critical energy resource at a critical energy resource facility and for other purposes. And this is a bill sponsored by Mr. Pence of Indiana. I'm going to quote from the bill. Subparagraph A, subsection 1. If the administrator of the EPA, in consultation with the Secretary of Energy, determines that by reason of a sudden increase in demand or a shortage of a critical energy resource, the processing or refining of a critical energy resource at a critical energy resource facility is necessary, for example, to meet, quote, the energy security needs of the United States, then the administrator may, with or without notice, without hearing, or other report, issue a waiver, temporary waiver, of any requirement, not a specific select requirement that the committee has determined would be appropriate for the Secretary to waive. Any requirement whatsoever under the Clean Air Act. How is that not, if not modifying the environmental laws, giving the Secretary, any Secretary of Energy in any future administration, broad powers to completely ignore our environmental laws? And I welcome the chairwoman's comment on that.
It's a very narrow provision It is for national security waivers, energy security waivers, and is recognizing that energy security is national security. And in a very narrow example or situations, we do provide this waiver in order to ensure we can.
How's that defined in the bill?
I'll have to.
It's
follow up
not.
with you on
I
that.
I can attest that to you. It's not. It's a sudden increase in demand, right, which is experienced from time to time, enables the Secretary to grant this waiver. And by the way, it's under subparagraph 3. Under this waiver, to the extent any omission or action is taken by a party under a waiver issued under this subsection is in conflict with any requirement of a federal, state, or local environmental law or regulation, such omission or action shall not be considered a violation of such environmental laws. I do not understand how the argument can be, we're not changing environmental laws, we're not modifying the standards, we're not lessening the standards, we're not lowering the standards, we're simply giving the Secretary the power to grant a waiver for a company to ignore every environmental law conceived of in the country, whether it is an environmental law enacted in your home state of Washington, my state of Colorado, Mr. Massey's state of Kentucky, a federal law, a state law, a local law, you name it. That, to me, seems like lowering of a standard. And I'm happy to let the ranking member opine on this if you'd like.
Came up during our hearing on the bill that this broad category, which as you say is not really defined, of critical energy resource facility, which is used throughout the bill, right? Basically under the bill, they can be excluded from any kind of approval, right? So it specifically says with regard to solid waste disposal, exempts the owner-operator of a critical energy resource facility from the requirements of obtaining a permit for treatment, storage, or disposal of hazardous waste, right? And then with regard to the Clean Air Act, it says compels the EPA administrator to authorize air permits for all critical energy resource facilities. I mean, I can go on and on, I don't want to bore you, but basically by defining something as a critical energy resource facility, you automatically get approval or you're exempt from all these, from almost every environmental requirement. Now, the Chair Rogers is going to say that we're not going to do that often, but it's not. It can be done, from what I can see in the language, whenever they want, right?
I think that's precisely right, ranking member, and therein lies the problem. And so to the extent that and I'm going to give you a chance, Madam Chair, to respond as well.
Thank you.
To the extent that folks are taking issue with our characterization of this bill, rightfully so, as the Polluters Over the People Act, look no further than these provisions. That's the point. It's that the bill is prioritizing polluters over the people whom these environmental laws were designed to protect. And I guess while I understand the argument made by my colleagues on the other side, I would hope, and I suspect some might, make the argument in an intellectually honest way, and that is to suggest that, yes, that they may believe that the provisions of the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act should not be enforced, and that they're entitled to that belief. Obviously, I disagree, as do my colleagues, and I believe that the American people, majority of the American people, would concur with that view. But they're entitled to that view, and I think a debate on those grounds, to me, would be a more intellectually honest debate. But, Madam Chair, I'm happy to.
Well, I would just underscore again, this is for national security purposes. I absolutely want to uphold the high standards and believe that Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act provisions and standards must be maintained and enforced in the United States of America. I'll just clarify for you that this section requires the EPA administrator to ensure that any waiver does not result in a conflict with a requirement of any applicable federal, state, or environmental law or regulation and minimizes any adverse impact. It also must be done in the public interest. This is a very narrow provision to ensure that we can fulfill our national security priorities at times.
So,
this goes to the importance of beating China.
Here's a question, Madam Chair. So to the extent, because I'm aware of the latter provision that you cited, I'm just going to repeat this provision. This is, again, subparagraph 3. So it's on the same page that you have in front of you that you're reading from that other provision. Violations of other environmental laws. To the extent any omission or action
taken by a party under a waiver issued under this subsection is in conflict with any requirement of a federal, state, or local environmental law or regulation, such omission or action shall not be considered a violation of such environmental law or regulation, or subject such party to any requirement, civil or criminal liability, or a citizen suit under such environmental law or regulation. Why include that blanket immunity?
This is similar language. The Clean Air Act has other waivers for emergencies, for national security purposes. This is in alignment with other laws, and it's a narrow waiver to ensure that for national security purposes, temporary waivers can be put in place that would have to come into alignment with our environmental laws, but would give some flexibility.
And just to, again, clarify here, one, you keep using the word national security. It's certainly true. National security is one of the conditions available to the Secretary in terms of a citation for justifying this waiver. It's not the only one. It's an or, not and. So it is national security or energy security needs of the United States. There is nothing in this bill that prevents the EPA and the ultimately Secretary of Energy deciding that because of a temporary one-day spike in demand that he or she believes a waiver needs to be granted to every refinery in the United States and giving them blanket liability immunity from violating any environmental law that's been enacted by the Congress. There's no, unless you can point me to a provision of this bill, and I'm just talking, and by the way, this is one subtitle. I mean, we're not even, this is one of the, how many bills are from the Energy and Commerce Committee's jurisdiction in this bill? 16? Or maybe 16. I mean, we haven't even gotten to Chair Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva yet. I just, again, I think you would find a lot of members of my caucus, myself included, who would be very interested and willing to have a conversation in good faith about permitting needs, for example, and having a conversation along those lines. This isn't it. And I just, without boring everyone by repeating the technical language of the bill, I'll simply move on to the other title of the many titles. And so, Ranking Member Grijalva, I want to give you an opportunity to jump in here, and then I'll turn to Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Negussi. In listening to the conversation and the questions by members, there's a historical context here that NEPA, Endangered Species Act, Clean Air, Clean Water Act, and others were in this period of time in this nation's history in the 70s that passed with huge bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate, those pieces of legislation, and then signed by President Nixon into law. Now, President Nixon wasn't, I don't think historically is seen as the most woke president we ever had, but he signed these into law. And he signed them into law because it was a response to a public outcry and a public demand. Rivers were catching on fire, poor neighborhoods and communities of color were being impacted in their public health over and over again. And, and energy, whether it was refining, chemical, transmission, basically no rules existed on the ground. And so while these laws passed and they set some high standards in some areas, and that's important. And that was a response to the public, and Congress reacted. We haven't responded, other than the Inflation Reduction Act, to begin to really deal with the transition that we need to make from fossil fuel dependency in this country. But, keeping high environmental standards on paper is meaningless, Mr. Nicholas. It really is. When the bill, there's not enough time for communities to weigh in, for scientists to see if those high standards are actually being met, and for victims to sue to stop approvals that endanger their lives and their communities. These are not aspirational issues. These are important issues to these communities. And H.R. 1, in many regards, takes us back to that time in history where industry ruled and the rest of us suffered. And H.R. 1 turns that clock back to that time. We made a mistake then. tried to correct it in the 70s, and as we make this transition away from fossil fuels in this country, like it or not, it's going to occur. H.R. 1 takes us back, puts industry back in the driver's side of the car, and drives us off a cliff. So I think that being aspirational is fine, but defending these bedrock laws, and you pointed out one good example, and there's many more. Thank you, to yield back.
Well, I thank the ranking member, and recognizing that we have a long night ahead of us, will save. I was going to go through have Chairman Westerman walk us through a treatise of hard rock mining law in the United States, but I've decided to spare everyone that. I see Mr. Massey was looking forward to it. I will say... I'll use my time. Exactly. Mr. Massey. I will, before I close on a note about the deficit spending, I do think, and Ranking Member Grijalva raises a really interesting point on this front, and of course, Ranking Member, Subcommittee Chairman Massey of the Administrative Law Subcommittee and Judiciary perhaps could explore this, but in some respects, by taking this approach, instead of simply being straightforward about the changes and the modifications that you all would like to see to some of these bedrock environmental laws that have governed this space for the better part of the last half century, as Ranking Member Grijalva articulated, enacted under bipartisan majorities, many of the laws signed by President Nixon. Instead of simply proposing those, you've given the administrative agencies even more regulatory authority than they already have. And for those of us who get concerned about regulatory capture and the notion of agency administrators making more and more of these decisions, I'm not so sure that you'll necessarily, I don't think this bill's getting to the President's desk, and I don't think the President is going to be signing it. He's made that pretty clear. But to the extent that he would, I don't know that you'd like the outcome, because you will have given administrative agencies and heads even more authority than they already have in terms of granting and determining the scope of these waivers. I will simply close by saying, I know it was brought up earlier by our ranking member of this committee, but the fact that this bill increases the deficit by $2.4 billion at a time when there's been all of this conversation from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, lecturing of fiscal discipline and the rest, at a time when we can't find the House Republican budget, and the House Republican Conference refuses to present it to the American people, at a time when we continue to get closer and closer to a real crisis with respect to the debt ceiling, a manufactured crisis by our friends on the other side of the aisle. I think it's a bit rich to have the very first H.R. 1, the most important bill, apparently, of the Republican caucus, be one that blows up the deficit by $2.4 billion. But with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Well, thank the Chairman. I find it wonderful that a Democrat is lauding the achievements of Richard Nixon. But I disagree with his characterization that these are bedrock environmental laws. I would compare them to beach sand, where they shift every time there's an administration. There's a sandbar here, and then there's a sandbar there. Or maybe magma instead of bedrock, because they just keep growing and destroying every industry in its path and creating harm. So I would disagree that these are bedrock environmental laws. In fact, if the people who voted for the EPA or the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act could see what would become of their law, I think they would have second thoughts on doing it. But, I'm generally not a fan of bills that have 18 bills inside of them. I got to say that. I'd honestly prefer to vote on these individually. But they all seek to solve one problem. And so I appreciate that, and I think they do belong together. And the problem is the problem that the Democrats ignored, and it's actually led to us getting the majority. I mean, back home before the election, the one thing that people cared about the most, and it's somewhat of a cliche, but it's also quite true, the price of gasoline, particularly in rural America where people have to drive to work. In rural America where we're raising the food and creating the energy, but oftentimes have to leave that area to get to work every day or drive long distances because people don't want these things in the city. The energy that they use. They'd rather not have it in their backyard. So it's in rural areas, and we have to buy energy, more of it, to actually get to work. So we're sitting here today, in large part, in the majority, because the minority, when they were in the majority, ignored the basic fundamental question of what are you doing to lower energy prices. The government produces a measure of inflation that I always chuckle at when I see it. It says the rate of inflation independent of food, housing, or energy. I have no idea why they published that, because I don't know a single person that could go, or family that could go without any of those. Everybody needs food, housing, and energy. In fact, when you raise the price of those things artificially or unnecessarily, it's so regressive. I mean, we recognize that it's regressive. That's why there's a SNAP program for food. That's why there's HUD for housing. That's why there's LIHEAP for energy. Because we've done so many things to raise the price, and everybody needs a certain amount of all three of those elements to keep their family warm and dry and fed, that it just doesn't make sense, the things that government has done. So I would say if the other side of the aisle had spent less time focused on January 6th and more time on solving this problem, we wouldn't be in the majority. This bill wouldn't even be coming to the floor. Elections have consequences. So just as an example of this, I wish I could play a video in here, but I understand we have different rules in the Rules Committee. We can't have props. I've thought about playing it on the microphone because I was pretty sure I could get away with it, but for at least once. But instead, I'll have to subject you to me reading the transcript of this. Secretary of Energy Granholm was asked, and I think we all remember this. I'm sure all the Democrats winced, and the Republicans laughed or grimaced when they heard her answer. She was, in relation to rising gas prices, when they were $2.89 and going up, she was asked on TV, what is the Granholm plan to increase oil production in America? Her answer was to laugh hysterically for several seconds and then say, that is hilarious. If I had a magic wand, you know, oil is a global market. It's controlled by a cartel. That cartel is called OPEC. And they did make a decision yesterday that they were not going to increase beyond what they were already planning. So, you know, the interesting thing is the Department of Energy has an energy information agency. That agency does the forecasting of what oil and gas prices are going to be as of right now. Their forecast for the beginning of December is that on average gas prices will be about $3.05 at the beginning of December. So she was actually able to forecast it. This is one of those few times when you can go back and find out that somebody in government could see what was going to happen. But she committed the same crime twice. The crime is candor. In Washington, D.C., you can be convicted for candor. Candor is saying the truth. Like, nobody in Washington, D.C. is supposed to say the truth. But she said something that's true. She said, they don't have a plan. She didn't have a plan. She also said that the price was going to go up. And that's a problem when you admit to those two things, that you don't have a plan and that the price is going to go up. Oh, and that we're dependent on foreign production. She committed candor, 3 counts of candor in this one statement. And you could feel the Democrat momentum for keeping the House just sort of deflating right when she said that. So I support this bill, but I heard something earlier, and I want to give Mr. Westerman a chance to respond to the mischaracterization, I believe, of his logic. There was somebody on the other side of the aisle, won't say who, today, said that, Mr. Westerman, that your plan was that China pollutes, so we should too. Is that what we're proposing here? And can you talk about the consequence of just relying on China for everything that we consume?
Well, thank you, Mr. Massey, for giving me a chance to clarify. You know, when I heard that, it reminded me of what Reagan used to say, that our colleagues across the aisle aren't necessarily trying not to tell the truth. They just know so much about what isn't so. and that's a classic example of that. We do things cleaner, safer, more efficiently with no human rights violations here in the U.S. China doesn't do that. If we don't produce it here, it's got to come from somewhere, and this not in my backyard policy is going to create the demand where we're buying more from China, where we're buying more from OPEC, where Russia's got more markets globally. And, also the argument's been made, and you very well explained what's happening with inflation, but something that hasn't been brought out today is the cost of food. Food prices have gone through the roof, more so than even energy prices in places. You might ask, what does energy have to do with food? But this idea that we can't export our natural gas because it'll cause natural gas prices to go up in the U.S. Well, the number one ingredient in agriculture is fertilizer. The number one ingredient in fertilizer is natural gas. Actually, it's roughly so that the price per ton of ammonium nitrate is about 20 times the price per MCF of gas. Because we can't export gas, there are different markets for gas around the world. It's not like a global commodity that everybody's paying the same. Gas prices in Europe are up as much as 6 to 10 times more than gas prices here. Fertilizer is a global commodity. So when gas prices go up in Europe and fertilizer prices go up, even though the gas prices are here in the U.S., the global fertilizer market is high, which drives the cost of food up. So you can't just look at this in a vacuum and say we can't export our gas because it might make our gas prices go up. By exporting our gas, we can lower the cost of fertilizer. Actually, exporting fertilizer made here in the United States is basically the same thing as exporting gas. So our bill, again, does not do away with any of the bedrock environmental laws. It looks at putting U.S. producers and U.S. gas and our best interest at heart first and foremost. The NEPA revisions in our bill, if you go through a NEPA analysis, there's 3 ways you can approach it. You can do a categorical exclusion, you can do an environmental assessment, or you can do an environmental impact statement. Our bill changes nothing. It doesn't add any new categorical exclusions. It doesn't change anything about an environmental assessment. It doesn't change anything about an environmental impact statement. What it does, it says you have to do that in a timely manner. It puts sideboards on it. It puts one agency in charge of the permitting so that you've not got multiple agencies holding up progress. It says we're going to go through the environmental permitting. We're going to do it the same way we've always done it. We're just going to do it in a manner that is expedient so that we can actually do these projects, whether they're oil and gas or wind or energy, or even forestry management and navigable waterways, ports, highways, all the money that our colleagues put in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. They can't spend that either because they can't permit highways and bridges and navigable waterways and ports. This NEPA revision will help our whole economy and help us to do things much better and protect those bedrock environmental laws that we've heard so much about, even though you adequately describe them as magma environmental laws.
Yes, beach
Bedrock
sand.
on fire.
Yeah, or magma. They are definitely not bedrock environmental laws. They shift every time you look at them, and it's particularly when there's a new election. Before I yield back, I just want to talk about hydrofluoric acid, which is used in refinery process, ironically, to make cleaner burning gasoline and to get more out of a barrel of oil. Like the more pressure you put on these other regulations about how clean a motor must burn the gasoline, or who can get a permit to extract the oil from the ground, there's going to be more pressure to use hydrofluoric acid. People don't willingly bring this into a refinery. It's one of the most efficient tools we have for cracking molecules. And so but I also want to point out it's used in semiconductors and it's used in pharmaceuticals. 2 things, if we were to ban hydrofluoric acid, we not only would we have a hard time refining oil to make it cleaner burning and to get more from a barrel of oil, we'd also run more of our pharmaceutical industry out of the country and more of the semiconductor industry out of the country. So I think it's dangerous to take one chemical and molecule and just say it's bad. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you so much, and thank you to each of our chairwomen and chairmen and our ranking members for coming today and testifying before us. You know, last Congress was my first cycle in Congress, and it was pretty darn exciting because we did a lot of work to truly help the American people, right? We got here, it was a little raucous when we started, but we were able to deliver for the American people over and over again, from that infrastructure bill that the chairman just referenced, right, which will make sure that we do have clean water and that we fix those roads, right? We fix those roads because those potholes, they're not red or blue potholes, they just mess up your truck, and we have a lot of trucks in New Mexico, and we need to fix those roads. So, you know, I'm really, really happy about what we did. And now we are looking at, in this bill, something that I do find very scary, and that is undoing some of the key things that we did last Congress. Because we also know that there was a lot of support for what we did. We tackled climate change. We brought down the energy costs for the American people. The Inflation Reduction Act, you know, it's already spurred investments in my state. It's spurred investments in clean energy projects around the country. I love reading. There's a great way of, you can go to your own state. If anybody's listening, there are ways in which you can go to a map, and you hit that map, and it will tell you how many electric buses were bought for your school, you know, kids. What has been done with regards to the many, many aspects that were in that bill. $1,800 a year for the average American family. That is significant. You know, and the other thing that the administration is doing that I'm really happy about is moving forward on the rule to limit methane emissions nationwide. The reason I want that to happen is because New Mexico has already led the way. And if New Mexico could do it, the country can do it. Because they help keep our air and water clean. And the American people support this, right? I mean, Chairman, Ranking Member, the American people support it. Nationally, 70% of Americans support the United States acting to become carbon neutral by 2050. 70%. That's a lot of Americans who really understand, because we are living through it. We are having, you know, rain that doesn't stop, and, you know, all of these freak events. People want us to do something. So it really does baffle me when we have a bill before us that's going to put the needs of polluters before those of the people, right? My gente want us to protect our air and water. They don't want us to protect the polluters. So while we're doing all of that in the Inflation Reduction Act, also the cheapest forms of energy, right? We now know that what we're investing in are indeed the cheapest forms of energy. So we have this bill that is labeled that it's going to lower costs for consumers. Ranking Member Pallone, you're shaking your head. Tell me, will this lower costs for consumers, American consumers, people living in our shores?
It won't, and I'll try to be brief. You raised so many good points. Look, first of all, I think it's ironic, you know, the one committee that you see is not here today is the Ways and Means Committee, right? And the one thing that was so very important in the Inflation Reduction Act were all the tax credits and subsidies that were given to the renewables and other industries to encourage renewables, which I favor, right? Why don't they repeal that? I'm not suggesting you should. Maybe I shouldn't give you the idea, because maybe you'll do that next time. But the reality is that those things are working, right? And we know, actually, there was, I don't know, it was New York Times or one of the papers said that actually there's more investment and use of those tax credits and subsidies for renewables like wind and solar in the red states, or at least in the West, right, than any other place in the country. And so I think that's why you're not seeing an effort to repeal those things, right? Because actually benefiting red states, and it's working, right? But you know, you also mentioned the methane provision, and I can't stress enough, and I don't know, I don't want to get into all the details, but you know, I think it was my colleague on Energy and Commerce that was here earlier, he said that, you know, these are command and control provisions. They're not. These provisions were in the case of methane in particular, right, was done with the independent oil producer, not the big companies, right, the small companies, right, that were worried that if it was done as a command and control and just a regulation with no help to them, that it might be hard for them to accomplish that. And so there's like over $1 billion to help them transition, right, and put the pipes to capture the methane. It's not a tax, it's not even a fee, it's really a penalty if you don't follow the guidelines over a certain period of time. And you can even postpone it if you have a problem getting the permit, right? So, I mean, what's really bothering me here is that if you really look at this bill, it's primarily focusing on those provisions that are being repealed that deal with health and safety. That's what's being repealed. At least, you know, within the things that came out of our committee, because I can't speak for the others so much. These are all the things. It's, you know, the toxic waste TSCA. It's a solid waste disposal. It's the acid that we talked about with Ms. Scanlon. These are the things that are being repealed. Look, you know, the Republicans keep talking about the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry isn't, the big guys, Exxon, all these big guys, they're international, right? We had a hearing I think it was when we were doing the Inflation Reduction Act, where we brought them in. It was when the gas prices were at their all-time high, like in June or so. We brought them in and said, you guys have all kinds of leases on public lands that you're not using, right? They don't want to pump more oil. They don't want to produce more oil and gas because they want to keep the price high so they make more money. I mean, they made something like big oil profits in 2022, $451 billion. Dividends and stock buybacks, $163 billion. You know, let's not act like they're our friends. You know, they have no problem keeping these prices high. And I think that everything that this administration has been doing, certainly since June, has been to try to bring this price down. Now, it's not $2 again, but it's come down considerably. To suggest, and I know you're going to get criticize me, Dr. Burgess, but to suggest that somehow, you know, that Biden created the energy crisis. The energy crisis was primarily created because of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. That's what happened between Trump and Biden. Now, you're probably going to tell me, oh, it wouldn't have happened if Trump was president. Well, I know that's what you're going to say. But, you know, why? Because he's a friend of Russia. I better not go down that rat hole. But I'm trying to say that this is the reason for it. And Big Oil doesn't care. They just charge more. I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm not just answering your question.
Well, you know, I think there are 2 points. One is the record profits that you pointed out, you know, and we've seen, when we keep saying record profits, and you actually pointed out $415 billion, was that what you said?
It was $451 billion profits in 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and the problem with that is my constituents, you know, they were taking food out of the grocery carts. They were taking food out of the grocery carts when you were seeing these record profits being made. Whereas if there would have been maybe not so much profits, maybe they could have brought that price down, right? And we wouldn't have seen that. You know, and I think the question about whether it will bring the profits, whether it will bring the cost down, because we want our companies to make profits. We want them to be healthy. It's just a question of whether it's excessive or not, right? But if this is going to be good for consumers, I have an amendment that would say that this bill will not go into effect until we can show that it would indeed be of benefit to American consumers and to taxpayers. Because one of the other things that this bill does is reduce royalties. Is that correct, Ranking Member? I'm going to give a Ranking Member, he was shaking his head up and down if you wanted to add to that one. No? So, Ranking Member Pallone, would you agree that that would be a good analysis to take of this bill? Is does it really indeed reduce prices for American consumers and for taxpayers?
No, I don't think there's any reason to believe that, because I do think that mainly this is a giveaway to big oil and gas, right? And I have no reason to believe that helping them in any way is going to do anything but increase their profits. They're not they're not looking to, I mean, I know you guys are going to get mad and say, well, they're American companies, but they're not responding to the high gasoline prices by trying to pump more oil, produce more gas, use the leases that they have. That's not what they're doing. And we actually practically begged them to do that when we had our hearing that time, and they refused to suggest that they would. They benefit from higher gas prices. They're not looking to lower gas prices.
Ranking Member Grijalva, would you like to address this with my quandary about wanting to do what's right for the ranchers and farmers in my district who have big trucks and they got to fill them up? Is this going to lower the price?
I think that it lowers royalties and continues and even expands for mining extraction 150 years of law, which means they don't pay a penny, and lowers the bar in terms of accountability. So yeah, it's not. I don't think that the big gas and big oil need to be incentivized. They don't need a subsidy from the federal government. And essentially, we're incentivizing. We're providing a path that's easy. And so your question is to point. There is a loss to the taxpayer, and there is a loss to investment in communities affected by this extraction because the royalty's not there.
Yeah, and Ranking Member Grijalva, if you could speak a bit about, like in the mining and the extraction, those are many of the communities that you know well and that I know well.
Yeah.
Which are the communities that suffer the biggest brunt of the health and safety issues that Ranking Member Pallone talked about?
Well, it's usually frontline, environmental justice communities, tribes, poor communities, rural communities, and the protections that are in NEPA have been essential in them having the right to know and the right to seek redress and change. And by weakening and eliminating, you essentially have put those communities back in the jeopardized situation that they have been, that they can, not only are they burdened now, they will be overburdened. So a good example, and with NEPA, 1% reaches the litigation court issue of all the things that come before NEPA. And what is that 1%? Good example is the mine in Oak Flats, not in my district, but in Arizona. 2015, there was never a legislative vehicle that couldn't get to the House floor, even if the Republicans were the majority. They didn't have the votes, but it got put into a must-pass in the Senate side. It passed without any legislative hearing, without any consultation to tribes, and without any legislative process due diligence on it. So yes, it's been in court. Yes, it's been challenged since then. And why that controversy? Precisely because you went around NEPA, you went around those laws, and the redress available to that tribe and other communities has been to litigate, and to litigate both agencies and companies. That could have been possibly avoided with a process that would have presented options and other recommendations to the tribes affected there. So, yeah, we have those controversies, and they're created by industry's rush and by the lack of following the process.
So, Ranking Member Grijalva, I am very concerned about some of those mining provisions because they do open up. I think saying it over again, I don't think Americans really realize that the old mining law that we have actually allows any company to take the resources that belong to all of us as Americans, and it came up before, without paying a dime to the United States. And so we should at least hold them to strict environmental concerns. We have a case in New Mexico where our beautiful Pecos River, the headwaters of the Pecos River, gorgeous, places where I played and rode horseback and hiked over, from one side of the mountain to another. a mining company came in under the old mining laws, existing mining laws, never cleaned up their mess, and left. And when I look at this bill now and some of the provisions which would automatically allow somebody to come in on small acreage and say it's ours, and then you can imagine them building, 5 acre at a time, it is scary. And the people of my community in Pecos are very worried about that. So, Chair Grijalva, do you think my community should be worried about what could happen in the beautiful place of Pecos if this bill passes?
Absolutely. Here's another example. There was an amendment by a Republican colleague at the markup that said that we should not, that gas and oil firms, corporations could not do business on public lands and waters if they had ownership, Chinese ownership, okay? I wanted to add mining to that, and I hope that the amendments that we've presented get approved. So if you're going to be consistent, then put on the other extraction industry. I use that example because that was denied. Gas and oil, they pay royalties, but mining doesn't pay anything. And some of the most contentious mining issues right now have to do with foreign-owned mining companies, conglomerates, with very, very bad human rights, labor, and environmental records. And if that's the criteria for denial, included in mining as well.
Right, because we have Chinese-owned subsidiaries seeking to take mining, right?
Yep.
So, and Chair Pallone, the issues around methane regulation, the reason they're important to me is, as I mentioned, New Mexico led the way in passing methane regulations. And I think the key is that by having good enforceable environmental regulations, like what we did in New Mexico, we then saw was what happened. We had good, strong methane regulations, and in a 5-year process, the Energy Information Administration data showed that crude oil and marketed natural gas production grew year after year for the past 5 years, even though we had those strong methane regulations. We don't have to sacrifice the environment. I mean, I think that's the key. We don't have to sacrifice the environment for energy production. And as you pointed out, I've met with oil and gas companies in New Mexico who are taking great steps to cut, using cutting-edge technology to monitor and prevent leaks. And they also are engaged in renewable energy projects. I used to be jealous because I would fly over and you look down and Texas is an amazing producer of wind power. Now New Mexico is joining the ranks, right? So I think that those are the things we need to keep in mind. And are those the kinds of issues that?
Go ahead, Wilk. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. If the methane reduction plan, I think of it as refineries because we have the refineries in my district, right? And you ride up the turnpike and you see the flame at night, and that's methane. And the idea is to, pipe that and capture it and recycle it, right, or reuse it, rather than have it burn in the atmosphere and increase greenhouse gases. But you have the same kind of reduction applies to the drilling for the oil and gas, for the pipelines, for the leaks. I mean, all of that is part of this reduction plan. And again, it's not even a regulation. It basically says that you have to put in process a way to prevent the leaks, to capture the gas, and then and we give you money to do that, right? I think it's over $1 billion.
We'll help you out
Exactly.
doing the right thing. We're going to help you out doing the right thing. So I think the larger question and the big picture issue here is who does this bill really serve and who is hurt by the bill? Ranking Member Pallone?
Well, again, I think it's the same thing. I mean, I don't even know who's behind these things, right? Like, in other words, I mean, obviously, oil and gas interests benefit, right? I mean, sure, I met with the independent operators so that we could come up with a methane reduction plan that was acceptable to them, but I'm sure they would rather the whole thing was repealed because they don't want to be bothered, right? I mean, I'm just trying to point out that most of these things that the Republicans are repealing are really common sense provisions that are not radical in any way, and they're just designed to try to reduce pollution and make for a more healthy and safe America and Americans. I don't think it's putting much of a burden. Are the oil and gas interests and the others would rather not have to do it. Of course, they don't want to have to do anything if they don't want to be regulated at all, if they can. But I don't think that that these provisions that are repealed are in any way overburdensome. I really don't. And that's why it's a bit shocking to me to see all this effort to literally gut everything, or so many things that we accomplished in the Inflation Reduction Act, and that we've accomplished over the years with all these bills, NEPA, et cetera.
Yeah. Ranking Member Larson, what are your thoughts with regards to the impact of this bill, and some thoughts you might want to share with us?
Well, first of all, let me just say that working in the committee, we are trying to move towards some bipartisanship, and on this one we weren't able to get there, but we'll continue that effort on our opportunities in the T&I committee. And I think going back and taking a look at this question of does it lower environmental standards or not, we only have we have 5 pages. Division C is 5 pages of 175. But in the course of that 5 pages, if you consider page 170, line 19 to 21, which would strike may result and insert may directly result. If you look at line 22 to 23, it strikes activity and inserting discharge, basically getting rid of the word activity and allowing one sub-activity for the clean water portion, 401 portion to apply to, as opposed to any other activity. Seems to me a lowering of environmental standard.
So let me tease that out a little bit. I mean, when we start lowering environmental standards for the Clean Water Act, right? The Clean Water Act is intended to protect our waters because they are, as we say in New Mexico, agua es vida, water is life, and the consequences are drastic because it gets into our water supply, what we drink, and it gets into our agricultural supply. We have too many places in New Mexico where, because of pollution, farmers can't farm the land anymore. What are is that why you're as concerned about that?
Well, let me say that there are five total examples, probably a few more, but 5 examples of that in Division C, where the change in language actually would result in a lower standard to apply when you apply Section 401. So to say that it doesn't lower environmental standards, at least with regards to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, I think it's a very good argument that it in fact does. And we had the opportunity for an amendment from Member Sykes, Representative Sykes from Ohio, just to respond to the East Palestine debates we were having earlier. They're not totally relevant to the overall bill here, but certainly relevant because the purpose of her amendment was to allow states, like in this case Ohio, to be able to review water quality in the event of a circumstance like a derailment, and just even trying to get that I guess finite part put back in the bill. We also lost that vote. A good debate on it, but we lost that vote as well. So I just think that from the Division C, in this 5 pages, there are some examples that we could point to where the environmental standard is lowered, and hopefully we are able to discuss that on the floor.
Right, because it sounds like there is a desire to maintain environmental standards. We've heard that over and over at this hearing today, and so hopefully the Rules Committee will recognize that and allow that to come in. Representative Pallone, is there any other thoughts in terms of who this bill is truly benefiting and who's?
Well, I would just like to add that a number of the amendments that have been proposed address a lot of the concerns that I had in the Energy and Commerce hearing, and I think would lessen the damage that this bill does. So again, I just go back to what I said before, which is I would ask for an open rule, or ask that most of these amendments be considered, because I don't think you can do anything to get it to the point where I'd support it, but some of the more dangerous things could be addressed if you allowed some of these amendments, and I think people might support some of them on a bipartisan basis.
Yeah. Looking forward to that bipartisanship and looking at amendments which might make this bill actually accomplish some of the goals, and having the debate on it and having the vote on it so that the American people can see that. So, you know, I think we've seen that we really, like what we did in my first session, we really did put people over politics, and I really am concerned because I've seen the ravages firsthand in New Mexico about, you know, the consequences of when we put polluters over people. And so I do hope my colleagues oppose this bill or work with us to make it better. So thank you. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I have my questions, let me recognize the good Dr. Burgess from Texas for 30 seconds.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. The question was posed in my direction about the geopolitical question, and I would simply observe weakness is provocative, and this is the weakest president in my lifetime. Thank the gentleman.
You know, we're just at two different universes, the Democrats and Republicans. I don't know. I think I heard the statement that this president has encouraged renewables. And then I heard, I think, Mr. Fernandez, that this administration has brought down energy costs. I don't know if y'all been on mainstream America or not and talked to the average taxpayer. As Mr. Massey mentioned, there's not one thing they're happy about. Are they happy about gas prices? No. Are they happy about egg prices? No. Are they happy about the availability of product? No. And as far as this president encouraging renewables, he has shut down the Keystone Pipeline. He has stopped fracking. He has passed every regulation known to man to stop this country dead in its tracks, which the economy shows numbers don't lie. That's why we're just on two different wavelengths. And you know, when the Colonial Pipeline went down for hacking, it showed you the vulnerable position this country is in, that this administration has put us in. President Trump did not put us in this position. This is a direct attack on our energy-producing country, which has got a 150-year supply. Who are we relying on energy now? Let me name you the countries. Iran, Libya, Venezuela. Well, that's a good one. Iraq, Saudi Arabia. That's who we're beholden to. And this administration is a direct result of this administration's actions. We cannot get, they talked about getting the head of the railway down to East Palestine. Guess who hadn't shown up? Our president. Guess where he showed up? Back in March of 2021, in South Carolina, Proterra. He showed up at a private company promoting, and they later asked for $89 million worth of tax breaks. That's where he was. He had time to go to South Carolina, and guess who Jennifer Granholm had stock in? Oh my goodness, 240,000 shares in a private company that this president went down to my home state and promoted. But he didn't have time to go to East Palestine, where people are suffering and most likely dying. So it's two different wavelengths that we're on with the Democrats and Republicans. And I guess Putin is the best to blame. You know, when this president shut down the Keystone, but what did he open up? The Nord Stream pipeline. The Nord Stream pipeline, which enabled our enemy, the Soviet Union, to supply natural gas and oil to our enemies. In the countries I just named on OPEC, they're our enemies. They're not our friends. And we're in a crisis. And good luck on convincing the farmers to do away with the cows, to do away with methane gas. It'd be laughable if it wasn't so serious. And I think this administration is serious about that. Mr. Westman, can you go over, I mean, one of my big topics is getting this country out of debt. And my good friends on the other aisle talked about the $2.4 billion price tag. Can you go over the cost sharing of states from leases, from you know, how this will offset and be a revenue neutral, expense neutral if we pass H.R. 1?
Thank you, Representative Norman. And under current law, states get 37% of the revenue sharing from revenue that comes off producing energy offshore. What our bill does is says that those states, those coastal states where the energy is being produced, they get a 50-50 share of those revenues. So that's, CBO scores that because they're saying instead of that money going to the federal government, it's going to the states, which I think, and I think most people would say that is a fairness issue. If you're producing the energy that's producing the revenues, then you should get a greater share of those revenues. That's in there for both offshore oil and gas and for wind. And I will point out that Representative Hoyle from Oregon had an amendment to say that those revenues could be used for things like constructing ports. We accepted that amendment, passed it out of committee. You know, unlike the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which was the largest infrastructure project in the history of the world that didn't even go through Representative Graves and Larson and my committee of T&I. It didn't, the Inflation Reduction Act, that didn't go through committees and get any amendments on it. We're listening to those representatives whose areas are being affected, and so we've got this 50% revenue sharing. That's being offset by clawing back some of the money out of the Inflation Reduction Act. It does have a sunset on it. I've offered an amendment to make sure that this revenue sharing is good for 9 years until the funding runs out, because again, we're not going to pass a bill out of the House where the spending is not offset.
Don't you think the states have better, you'd rather have the states spend the money than the federal government?
And especially those states where the energy is being produced. They're the ones that, you know, they need more ports to get goods out to the platforms, whether oil and gas or wind or whatever. And absolutely, I believe that local communities understand their needs more than the federal government understands the needs of those local communities.
And I'm in the construction field. You know, I've yet to see a battery-operated dump truck. I've yet to see a battery-operated airplane. I've yet to see this encouragement from this administration. It's a dead stop on the natural gas and oil that we had in this country. Mr. Graves, you know, have you talked to anybody in your world with roads and that are happy with the regulations you have to go through with WOTUS, with trying to get a typical logging trail cut without having to deal with regulation after regulation?
No, actually I haven't. And as Chairman McMorris Rogers pointed out, it takes 7 years to get permitting for, you know, for so many of these things. You know, if you're doing a project and you stretch that out over 7 years, then the inflation takes over and it ends up costing exorbitant amounts over what was originally, you know, conceived of. And it's just, I don't know of anybody that, you know, that likes just the burdensome regulations you have to go through. That's one of the reasons why we are pushing so hard, one federal decision, trying to move that forward. We want to make sure that if that is implemented, it's implemented the way it was intended. But we have to streamline this process. We're not saying that we have to dumb down any of the requirements, but we have to streamline this process because it's abused, and it's abused in the way that it just is used to prevent projects from moving forward is what happens.
Those unelected bureaucrats that are making that you cannot get a decision from. We're being shut down on a project on the beach area, cut the lights off in the building because of some type turtle in the ocean. It'd be laughable if it wasn't so serious. But anyway, we beat this horse long enough. I know we're going to be on the floor a long time. Thank each one of you for coming, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for questions.
I thank the chairman. I know most of the ground's been covered. The one thing that I would just like to throw out there, I understand that there was some debate about my colleagues on the other side of the aisle having, you know, heartburn over the alleged $2.4 billion this is going to cost. I assume that you guys have covered fully the extent to which that completely ignores any kind of dynamic a reality of what happens when you remove those kinds of fees and free things up. Just turn that over to the chair lady if she would like to respond.
Yes, I appreciate the chance to respond to that. The Republicans are committed to ensuring that any provisions that the Congressional Budget Office may score in ways that were unexpected and maybe it didn't completely total out the way that we had expected, that we're going to make sure that those that we take action to ensure that it's absolutely paid for. We believe in living within our means, and we absolutely believe that by increasing domestic energy production in the United States of America, it's one of the best things that we could do for our economy. It's one of the best things that we could do for combating inflation. It's the biggest driver of inflation has been the increased energy costs that we have seen over the last couple of years in particular, and the just the harmful impact that it has on people and trying to live their lives.
So putting aside the fact that there would obviously be a dynamic component to increasing energy production and creating economic growth in this country so they weren't at the stagnant 0.6% growth that the current administration has us languishing at as we stare stagflation right down the double-barreled shotgun of crushing our economy with high skyrocketing inflation and a crappy economy. And that's where we currently sit. And that one way to free that up might be just color me crazy, open up and free up American oil and natural gas, as well as our own creativity and ability to produce innovation in nuclear power. I don't know, that great beast of non-CO2 producing energy that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle with their calamitous, the world's ending CO2 production problems can't touch nuclear power with a 10-foot pole, no sir. But, look, it sure strikes me as interesting that if we're going to complain about the alleged $2.4 billion, which, by the way, I don't accept if you take into account the dynamic scoring, but we're totally good with the $3.9 billion for DHS climate resilience program in the president's budget. Let's just throw $3.9 billion at climate resilience when we can't even secure the border. Or $4.7 billion for the Southwest Border Contingency Fund to secure the border, which actually restricts it being able to be used to secure the border. It's just for housing and processing people. Or the $3.5 billion for a new FBI headquarters. But no, we got to get wound up about an alleged $2.4 billion that won't even really materialize. The fact is, to the extent that there's any question about the legislation before us, is that we're not doing anything significant that we need to do going forward on undermining and eliminating the subsidies that are completely destroying the market, right? We can open up all the permitting in the world. We can open up the entire federal landscape to permitting. We can get rid of all these barriers to permitting. But as my colleagues on this side of the aisle understand, if you're subsidizing other forms of power at the expense of people wanting to invest their capital for oil and gas production, what are they going to do? They're going to go seek free money. And they're going to go invest, as they are in Texas, where of the current 795 energy production projects in Texas, all but 15 are for wind and solar. This despite the fact that the Texas grid is 40% reliable on wind and solar, soon to be 50% reliable on wind and solar. Texas is trying to figure out how to manage that and sustain a grid to actually be up, but yet they're battling the subsidies produced by Washington to pay people to produce unreliable energy. Unreliable energy that when the sun sets in July in Texas means a quarter of the grid just vanishes at night. And on a windless day, everybody's running to say, well, where the hell's the power going to come from? Oh, I don't know, from all that coal, gas, and production from nuclear power. But oh, wait, does that exist? Oh, but my Democratic colleagues run around saying, oh, we can't, they're not producing what they can because they're trying to just pocket all their profits. Well, what business person is going to go invest money into all of the capital production to produce a gas-fired plant or a coal-fired plant if the federal government is paying people large quantities of money to produce the other form of power to make it cheaper, right? Cheaper. Well, it's cheaper because we're borrowing money from China to subsidize it. So I applaud this bill at least stepping us in the right direction in terms of opening up permitting, trying to undo some of the damage that this administration is doing to the greatest economy in the history of the world that is now, been knocked on its heels while we're watching China produce 2 new coal-fired plants a week on top of the 1,100 coal-fired plants they currently have in operation, while we have 250 and we're producing none. While we produce very few new gas-fired plants. Also, we can go literally tilted windmills. while we're running around trying to chase this fraudulent utopia, destroying American energy independence and our ability to beat our enemies around the world. So I appreciate that the administration, or that the leadership of these two committees, or three committees, have produced this legislation. I just hope we will go even further to undermine the just absolute devastation being levied on the American people's ability to produce wealth by the subsidies that are undermining an actual competitive landscape for energy production. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee chairs and ranking members. It's crowded in here tonight. I can't believe you all fit at one table. Thank you for coming to testify before us today. We appreciate your time. We're dealing with H.R. 1, and I'm glad that your committees took time to mark up the various sections of the bill that provides ultimate transparency for this Lower Energy Costs Act. The underlying bill includes the texts of 18 bills, including 16 from the Committee of Energy and Commerce, 1 from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, 1 from the Committee on Natural Resources. Each underlying bill was marked up in the relevant committees of jurisdiction. That's important, I think, for our constituents to understand the process, but also how much work has gone into helping those who are struggling with energy costs during this period of high inflation, and the good work that H.R. 1 will do toward giving some relief. We've discussed many aspects of the bill already. I'd simply ask each of the chairs, starting with Chair McMorris-Rodgers, if they could highlight the single greatest reason to support the bill from your perspective.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. And this is H.R. 1. This is about increasing domestic energy production while continuing to lead the world in reducing carbon emissions. And the benefit of that is going to be for Americans, every hardworking American across this country, in reducing the actual cost of gasoline, of energy that is driving inflation while securing our supply chains, which I think is so important right now. We are becoming dangerously dependent upon countries like China for critical energy supplies, and we need to be mining and processing and refining here in the United States of America. And what we've done in this is a first step. We do want to address nuclear. We want to address other aspects of energy and what it's going to mean, what it's going to take to make sure that America is energy independent again, and that we are taking all these steps. But this is our first step in addressing some of these issues.
Thank you. Chairman Graves?
I think the single most important thing is just the goal of the bill. My constituents in my district, we've had a very cold winter, and the constituents in my district are paying twice as much, or in some cases 3 times as much, to heat their homes this winter, and it's destroying them. I know families that have just simply closed off part of their house because they can't afford to heat it. And so just the idea that we're trying to lower energy costs and bring some sanity back to this country when it comes to energy policy is the biggest reason.
Chairman Westerman?
That's a hard question to ask to answer because this bill does so much good. But I would say the number one thing this bill will do is it'll help America win. And when America wins, the world wins. And if we look at that in a little more detail, in our commitment to America, the Republican commitment to America, we said we wanted energy independence, we wanted to promote national security, we wanted to end Chinese supply chains. This bill hits the trifecta on that. It also helps the American economy to grow. It is not only good for the economy, this bill is good for the environment. And as we continue to see more and more demand for energy, it's on an exponential growth rate globally. America should be the ones leading, making all fuel sources the cleanest, safest, most reliable and affordable energy out there so that other countries will adopt that technology without having a subsidy. Because guess what? Developing countries in the world, they can't afford a subsidy for the things that we're spending money on to subsidize here. So let's let technology and innovation work, and let's let American producers do what they do, and let's make energy and minerals and the whole gamut of our economy where we can do it better than anybody else.
Thank you. And in looking through the bill, we're doing things like streamlining the permitting process, reducing red tape. So some of these things are reactionary, I would assume, to Biden administration, new EPA and gas rules, EPA regulations on methane, things that are making the cost of energy go up in the United States. To Chairman McMorris Rodgers, Chairwoman, shouldn't our energy portfolio be as broad as possible? Doesn't that make our energy cost less and be more reliable? And if our energy is unreliable and more expensive than other countries, doesn't that run the risk of leaving our small businesses in the United States at risk? Other corporations leaving the United States for cheaper and more reliable energy, and isn't the result of that threats to not only our economic security, but also our national security?
Yes, absolutely. Energy is foundational to everything. It is our national security. It's our economic foundation. It's energy that has driven human progress. And when you look over the last 200 years, no country has done more to lift people out of poverty, raise the standard of living than the United States of America. And it's been done by embracing innovation and technology and these ideas that Americans have across the board in every sector. But when you look at the energy sector, when you look at, we are blessed with abundant natural resources. And we have developed our natural resources. We've led in energy development across the board, whether it's nuclear technology, hydropower from where I come from, 70% of Washington State's hydropower, oil and gas, wind, solar. I believe in all of the above, and we are leading in every area in doing it better, cleaner, more efficient. We continue to lead the way, and American leadership is so important, and we absolutely must have reliable, affordable energy. And when you're shutting down, what we've seen over the last couple of years is, I believe, it's dangerous to shut down broad areas in energy and making us dependent upon China. Talk about the number one polluter in the world, putting polluters over people. When you put China supply chains ahead of of refining or mining or processing in the United States of America, you're putting polluters over people. You're putting China pollution over people here in the United States of America. And unfortunately, we are becoming dangerously dependent upon Chinese supply chains for critical energy. And that's why this legislation is so important. It's important it's important to American energy independence, bringing down the overall cost of energy, to fill up your car with gas, heat your home, but also securing these supply chains, and we do it better than anywhere else in the world.
Thank you. And last question, H.R. 1 is not talking about removing all regulations. We're just talking about removing the most burdensome regulations that are costing the American taxpayer and American small business owners, and trying to unleash our own American energy to provide some relief. Is that correct?
Yes, maybe I'll take the first stab at this one, but just we are maintaining our high environmental standards, clean air, clean water. What we're doing is removing duplication, streamlining the process. When it takes years, on average 7 years of a federal money's involved into permitting anything, it's the #1 barrier to building anything, manufacturing anything in the United States of America, is the permitting and the regulatory climate in our country. We can do it better. We can maintain our environmental standards while getting projects built, and that's going to benefit people and our economy.
Yeah, and I'll go one better than that on the Natural Resources Committee. We're not removing any environmental regulations. I talked about this a little bit earlier on the NEPA process. There are 3 routes you can go. You can go through a categorical exclusion, but there's still a process you go through. We're not adding any new categorical exclusions. You can go through an environmental assessment, which is not as quite as detailed as an environmental impact statement, which is the third route. We're not changing any of that. All we're doing is asking the agencies to do the permits in a timely process. We're trying to streamline it where there's one agency in charge. And we're not talking about months or even years. We're talking about decades that it takes to go through some of these NEPA processes. The mines in Minnesota where we've got the largest deposits of cobalt, which would, by the way, offset child slave labor in Chinese-owned cobalt mines in the Congo if we would develop our own cobalt. They've been in the process for over 2 decades trying to permit those mines, and the Biden administration pulled the lease on it. It's about streamlining the process, getting the results that are intended from environmental permitting, but doing it in a way where you can actually build something. And again, it's not just mining and oil and gas, it's roads, it's bridges, it's navigable waterways, it's ports, it's everything that the federal government touches. If there's a nexus, then it's subject to a NEPA permit, and we want to streamline that process.
So we don't have to choose between pollution and power generation?
We will actually make the earth a better place. We will make it cleaner, and you know, if you're concerned about climate, about carbon in the atmosphere, H.R. 1 makes that better. It reduces carbon emissions. When you look at the global impact of carbon, when we do it here, we do it better. And we're lowering carbon emissions where the rest of the world's increasing.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on this legislation, and I do appreciate what it's going to do for my constituents at home in reducing energy costs and bringing that right back to the United States of America. Thank you.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the chairs and the committees for the hard work and the committee work that went into bringing this legislation forward. I think this is exactly, you know, the signal that the American people need to show that America is open for business again in terms of our energy needs, and that there is balance restored to our federal government. I mean, this is the #1 issue that I hear from my constituents when I travel across the district, talking about how expensive it was to heat their homes this winter, whether it's you know, people that depend on propane, which had doubled, home heating oil, which had doubled, and natural gas that had went up greatly. And we have a state government and a federal government that's essentially declared war on all fossil fuels. And what do you know? It's a speculative market, and that has driven the cost through the roof. And no matter how many times the president went to the microphone and called it the Putin price hikes at the pump, it didn't make it so. People knew full well why their energy was costing as much as they had. So I'll start with Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers, not to belabor the point too much, but can you reiterate some examples of the Biden administration policies that led to the situation we're in today, where, you know, we're producing 1 million barrels of oil below where we were at our peak during the Trump administration?
Yes, well, I appreciate the question, and it started on day one, and President Biden made it pretty clear, even when he was campaigning for office, that this was going to be his goal if he were elected to be the President of the United States. And on day one, it was the Keystone Pipeline, where he just took unilateral action to shut down a pipeline that had been years in the works, where they had gone through the permitting process, where they had invested billions of dollars to get this pipeline built so that we could import from an ally, our friend north to us, Canada, import from Canada. And yet the president sent that signal at day one and has continued to be very slow on or stopping any permits around natural gas, whether it's new pipelines or replacing pipelines or expanding refinery capacity, exporting natural gas. It's one of the best things that we could be doing right now for our friends in Eastern Europe and Ukraine would be to be exporting natural gas, and this president had taken action that had delayed any of those permits. So what this president has been sending a lot of signals, whether it's just to slow down permitting or shutting down permits, and I think we've also seen it in areas of mining where mines have been unilaterally shut down in Minnesota and Arizona and other mines where the president has taken that action, sending signals that he doesn't want to have this, and his administration doesn't want to have these projects in the United States of America, and sending the signal that American energy independence is not a priority.
Thank you very much. And by unleashing U.S. exports of oil and natural gas, as H.R. 1 will do through the inclusion of measures such as the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, could this legislation have a positive effect on global supply, and where do you see that going?
Absolutely. 20 years ago, the United States of America was considering having to build import facilities for natural gas because we weren't sure how we were going to meet our needs, and prices were going up. And American technology resulted in the unleashing of natural gas. And you think over the last 20 years what that has meant for not only meeting our own natural gas needs, but also bringing down carbon emissions. It's been one of the biggest drivers of the reduction. Clean natural gas. We were urging everyone to convert to natural gas because it was cleaner, and it was when you look at the United States and our efforts to reduce carbon emissions, natural gas has been the biggest driver. It's the best thing that we could do for the world is to export natural gas. It would have the single biggest impact on overall global carbon reduction is to unleash more natural gas. And as American technology, that yes, President Putin ensured that Europe didn't, that he made them afraid of fracking in Europe. He funded NGOs, non-government organizations in Europe that educated them and made them afraid of this new technology. So they haven't been fracking in Europe, although that's changing now that they don't want to be so dependent upon Putin for natural gas, and now that Putin has invaded Ukraine, and I would say that exposed the energy crisis here in the United States. It didn't cause it, it exposed it. But natural gas has been our competitive advantage. It's been the biggest driver of us bringing down carbon emissions, and we have abundant natural gas, and we should be embracing that.
I never miss an opportunity to highlight the fact that my neighboring state of Pennsylvania has transformed their economy because of harnessing their God-given natural gas, but my home state of New York refuses to do so, and they would rather have a European-style government. And we now have an all-out assault on natural gas, where our governor tries to stop new building construction with gas hookups. And there's, between the Biden and Hochul war on gas stoves, they're fighting the real serious fights of our time. But Chairwoman, can you also elaborate or reiterate how unleashing oil and gas exports will have a positive effect upstream through encouraging greater domestic production?
Oh, yes. So listening to you, I was reminded, I visited Kaiser Aluminum, which is in my district, 700 steel workers in Spokane Valley recently, and they were just impressing upon me that these are good paying jobs. These 700 jobs to a person. They wanted me to know that they've been able to provide for their kids to go to college and a good family income, and many of them were multiple generation at this plant. But they said, we can't do what we do here without natural gas. We can't do it. And Washington State we've lost many, probably 7, 8, 9 aluminum plants because of high energy price and the regulatory climate making it so difficult to invest in upgrades to these plants, such that we have lost these plants to China. China's the one that controls aluminum. And I just share this because they're concerned they're going to lose their jobs to China, that this plant will go down with the pressure, because Washington State also, our governor, is saying no more natural gas. And there's some things that you can't do without natural gas.
That's a common thread I hear at our factories in the southern tier of New York, where they require a great deal of natural gas to have furnaces blasting. They can't accomplish that with electricity, or couldn't afford to do so. And in fact, New York creates most of its electricity through the burning of clean natural gas. But thank you so much, Chairwoman. 2 years ago, higher energy costs, according to Democrats, were a global supply issue. And today, we have a bill before us that, among other things, includes important measures to expand global supply through greater oil and natural gas exports. And what do Democrats say? Well, suddenly adding to global production and supply will somehow lead to higher energy costs here at home. In fact, in a recent statement during a markup of H.R. 1, Democrats claimed as much, and I quote, "At a time when many Americans across the country are suffering from high energy costs this winter, these Republican bills would ensure that the problem worsens in coming years." In the midst of rabid opposition to energy affordability, because that is what opposition to H.R. 1 translates to, opposition to energy affordability for hardworking Americans, Democrats are stumbling over their own past claims. And that's the truth, because the global supply issues and the rising energy costs, these are all symptoms of one thing: the regulatory straitjacket the Biden administration and Democrats in Congress have worked over the past 2 years to fasten onto our nation's energy sector. Blame the costs on what they want, the Putin price hikes or whatever the latest gimmick is to gaslight the American people, so long as they continue to painfully push America away from affordable forms of energy and towards the unrealistic goals that are at the foundation of the left's Green New Deal, their new religion. An unwillingness to produce our own, refine our own, or export our own has left our nation more dependent than ever on the whims of foreign governments and the global supply and demand problems that the White House has so often blamed for the years of pain it has brought down on Americans. I appreciate all of the great work that's done to put H.R. 1 together. I look forward to supporting it and voting for it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, I thank the witnesses for their testimony, and the panel is excused. Without objection, I submit for the record the statements of Representatives Crawford and Crenshaw in support of their amendments.
And can I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 2 statements from Representative Jackson Lee on her amendments?
Without objection. And I see Mr. Correa is here, I think. Oh, I invite you to come to the table and give us testimony in support of your proposed amendment. Got the whole thing to yourself.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I don't know if that's good or bad news.
We think that's good news. So.
Thank you. I'll be brief, sir.
Okay. Gentleman's recognized for his testimony.
Thank you. I have an amendment to H.R. 1. First of all, I want to say that good news and bad news that some of us are old enough to remember the oil embargoes the OPEC workmen turned on Americans 70s and 80s that led to recessions, long lines at the gas station. Forget about gas prices. You just couldn't buy gasoline. Today, we have very high prices in California for gasoline. I don't disagree with this legislation on its face, but I do believe you have to have a balanced approach moving forward. This legislation doesn't really make any new investments, but I want to make sure we don't walk back in the progress we've made in renewables. We've got to do both. As we move forward, oil and gas has to be there for us, make sure it's affordable to our constituents, and at the same time, looking forward 20, 30 years, I believe we're the leaders in renewables internationally. China's looking at us, Germany's looking at us. We can't lose that edge. So my amendment simply asks for balance as you move forward.
Gentlemen, I have no questions.
I thank the gentleman for bringing the amendment. The issue of balance, I mean, I'm the same vintage as you, so I do remember those gas lines. Unfortunately, Mr. Roy has already left, but one of the issues he brought up was the fact that renewables still receive significant subsidization, and it becomes very difficult to compete with free electrons when those electrons are funded by tax dollars, by subsidies and tax credits. So that has led to the imbalance that many of us feel is going on currently. So while I appreciate the amendment that you brought and the spirit in which it's delivered, I'd just say the question of balance extends quite a bit further than what you addressed in your presentation. I'll yield back.
Mr. Chair, okay.
Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
I think the gentleman wanted to respond.
Oh.
I just wanted to quickly address Dr. Burgess. Thank you for those comments. I look at that and I look at the Texas situation where those windmills in Texas produce electrons at a very, very inexpensive price.
So they don't need to be subsidized any longer, is my only point.
Thank you.
They are mature, they've been there for a long time, they're functioning, leave them alone, let them produce.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Appreciate the gentleman being here. Hope his amendment is made in order.
Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 1?
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from nearly 100 energy and environment groups, including the Natural Resources Defense Council, the Sierra Club, the Wilderness Society, and Oceana, all strongly opposed to H.R. 1.
Without objection.
I have another.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the statement of administrative policy on H.R. 1. The statement says this administration is making unprecedented progress in protecting America's energy security and reducing energy costs for Americans. H.R. 1 would do just the opposite.
Without objection. Are there any other submissions? Okay. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. It's going to take us a while to prepare the amendments. I think there is food available.
The hearing is over.
In the chairman's office. No, the hearing is in recess.
No, the hearing is closed.
Oh, the hearing is, I'm sorry, excuse me. That's why you used to run this place so well, you know, I'm kidding. Without objection, again, seeing none, the chair closes the hearing. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Just skip right to the bottom.